7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll welcome in 2 more interns today, and that will complete the introduction of the 5 interns that are now in Rick and Bubba University, trying to get their degree in common sense. They will walk out of here to better the world going, I now have common sense, which is a superpower. A lot happening today. We'll talk about Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Lance Ingram is with us today, our special guest. We've been talking about United for Victory, and we'll do more of that today, and the pre-orders and how that's going, which is great news. And so we'll break all of that down today. We'll record Rick and Bubba University, and it will publish Saturday morning. So make sure you're standing by for that. The Wheel of Meat has not spun, so it's on the table for today. So there's a lot happening. And as I said, 2 more interns today. We welcome in Mackenzie and Nick, and they will soon, forever, be known as someone else. They'll have an intern name, kind of like Kennedy did yesterday from Trevecca. She's Millie Vanilli Wafer. I had to remember that. And so there you go. Let's bring them in now. Over to my right, it is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms with Eddie Van Adler in charge of TV, ready to go for the day. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Good. I was coming in because, we got a lot happening, and we've had a lot of interns. It's been a minute since we've had interns, but they're back. And we've had so many, it's tough for us to just land on what their names are, because back in the early days, I could remember everyone's name because we didn't have as many. But then we just here they come, just one after another. And I forget their nicknames and their intern names. But so I was like, what is Kennedy's nickname? And I had to come in. I was like, oh, that's right, Millie Vanilli Wafer.
Yeah,
because she likes vanilla wafers. And she wants to be in the music industry, but she can't sing.
And she didn't know who Millie Vanilli was.
Right. So it's Millie Vanilli Wafer.
Yeah.
That's it.
It makes sense to us.
It does.
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
But just to the...
Do you know one thing I struggle with is somebody goes, now, why'd y'all name the intern whatever? And I'm like, boy, I got to remember that. I don't know if I will.
So a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, a lot there. There's a lot there.
Only so much space in your brain.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how are y'all today?
I'm good.
Y'all good?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, you weren't sure.
Just a lot going on, just trying to get it all in, that kind of thing.
Oh, well, yeah.
And I don't have to tell you anything.
Yeah.
And just part of it.
Yeah. All right, so
I'm in that mode where the kids are no longer in school. So I've got to get used to the okay, they're home.
Yeah.
And they've got places to be at certain times. It almost makes me wish carpool was still going on, because I knew, hey, at 2 o'clock, I've got somewhere to be. And outside of that, I can do pretty much what I want to.
Right.
But then if you want to do something early with them, you can do that in the summer.
Right.
So I'm battling that whole we got a new schedule this week, and I'm having a hard time because one of them's here at this time, and this one's this time, and this one, and I'm like, I can get my act together.
Right.
Hey, Helms, you got to get your act together. So that's kind of what. And then today is we got a bunch of moving parts today, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, is this even a smart thing to do? Am I overdoing it? I know you want to do this for one of your kids, but I don't know that that's very smart.
Oh, really?
To do. That kind of
okay.
Just trying to get it all in.
Well, there you go.
And I slept a little later than I needed to, which put me behind.
Okay.
Happens.
It does happen.
Yeah.
It does happen. Yesterday, I had, and look, I'm not complaining. I'm just telling. There's a difference. Not complaining, just telling you what's going on.
Yeah. A lot of people, I love those people that will ask you that, and then they'll tell you you're complaining. You're like, no, you asked me the question, and I'm answering. If you don't like the answer, then that's not on me. I'm just answering truthfully.
Right. I mean, I'm grown. I know when I need to go to bed,
Right.
and I know a schedule, and I'm not going to complain about the schedule because, that's just part of life.
Yeah,
but I had a couple of nights of back to back to back of, we can go off, 5.5, 6 hours sleep. We do that pretty regularly.
Yeah.
But when you go when you're in the 4s and leaning on 5, and it's multiple nights in a row, it gets to a point where you get that, get a little
catches that way.
Get a little shaky.
You do.
A couple deep breaths, and so last night it ran up on me because I had a couple of not back to back nights of that. You can, when you get to our age, which is kind of funny, you can do one night of that and keep on rolling. You give me back to backs and maybe another back.
Last week that happened to me, and I was like, wow.
And so last night I just kind of about 8:45, I wouldn't remember going to bed. I just stumbled in there. Everything was, everybody was settled. We're done for the day. Terry
still had your shoes on.
Terry wanted to go for a walk, which isn't a walk. Honey, should we just jog? I mean, you're walking so fast, I can't even talk to you. I'm trying to catch up with you. Let's just go for a jog.
Yeah.
And so I had come in from that. It was a little brisk walk. Had a little wind coming in. Looked like a system that just missed our neighborhood, so it was kind of dark and windy. It just felt good walking. I came in. I'm like, do we have anything else? Reese had come home from work, and then he was going, to see his buddies. And I said, I think I'm going to bed. And she's like, go, buddy. I stumbled in there and I'm out. Yeah. And I don't remember anything till the alarm went off. I don't remember her coming into bed. I'm like, so I didn't. And normally I'm the guy. I wake up. I'm a light sleeper.
Yeah, I'm too.
And so if she's coming into bed and I hear the bed shifting or whatever, I'll wake up. I woke up and I'm like, wow, so you're in the bed. I don't remember it. It was one of those nights.
Amanda knocked a coat hanger off the door last night, and it woke me up. That's how. I mean, I'm a light sleeper.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it just depends. Sometimes I wake up about every 2 hours. I go right back to sleep. It's not like I get big eye.
Right. And JC is in South Carolina playing baseball. I mean, think about that. I'm 19. I'm in Myrtle Beach. I'm playing baseball. Time of his life,
Not a bad
right?
day.
Well, bless his heart, he checks into where he's got to stay, and the AC isn't working, and something I don't know. So anyway, he figures all that out. I think he starts playing today at like 10 Central, 11 Eastern. They stream it, and that's supposed to be a lot of cool. Had his first practice yesterday, and so you're dealing with that, and even though he's he can handle it. It's his first time to ever be that far away for a month and some change. So we're dealing with that. It's a little quieter around the house, because he was home just for a little bit for the summer. It was a quiet house last night. There was nobody there, and so I was like, I'm going to bed.
Do they do that host family thing, or do you have your?
Well, on this, there are host families, but that's for some of the international guys coming into play. But for him, they actually put him up, and you can have a roommate that is going that you might know, or they'll put you with somebody on this. It's like this golf resort where they have these little condos or whatever. So kind of put you up on that. And he knows a couple of guys that were some teammates and other guys that played in the metro area when he was in high school that he knew real well. So that's good. That's great. And he's got an old retired coach from Coastal Carolina that's his head coach. And so he's supposed to have a good time, but it's just kind of funny because, Myrtle Beach is an older beach town. It's not, so he's in the older part of town, and so he's kind of adjusting to that a little bit. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show kickoff hour. Appreciate all of you, as always, for making us part of your daily routine. Eddie Van Adler, he is here. He's got TV live in HD, and we've got Mr. Greg Burgess to my right, Michael Helms to my right. It's the Good Time Gang. We welcome in 2 new interns today, so if you do call 866-WE-BE-BIG, Harry Murdahl might call, but more than likely he's just kind of standing back, helping train 2 new interns. You met Kennedy the other day, yesterday, if you were listening live, from Trevecca. She's Millie Vanilli Wafer. We still have a couple that we need to name. Today we have Mackenzie, who attends Alabama, and Nick, who attends Hillsdale College in Michigan. Those are our 2 newest interns and today's new interns. So when you call 866-WE-BE-BIG, they could be answering the phone, so be gentle. This is their first day. Speak plainly, have a good cell phone, and let them know what's going on.
I took a run at his last name this morning, Nix. Boy, I butchered it. I mean, it wasn't even close.
Oh, wow.
I'd like to see what y'all see. I thought it was Triglia, because to me that's what it looks like.
You're not right.
But it's Trelia. Is that right? Trelia. So this is what he told me. He said, think Australia without the Aussie part.
I just got
Trelia. Okay. How about that?
There you go.
Well, I butchered it this morning.
Nick Trelia.
Yep, that's it.
All right.
It's actually a lot easier than I thought it was.
You made it a little
It just
harder.
doesn't look like that.
Right. Going to get y'all's reaction to something here. And it's not what y'all think about this or what do you think it is. Today, where are y'all on eggs? Y'all like eggs?
I had 3 of them last night.
How many did you have?
3.
I mean,
had 3.
They're not like, oh, man, I just love eggs, but I like eggs. You know, I'll eat them. I don't
some
sit
reason,
around and go, man, I wish I had eggs.
I will eat them. Had a hankering for breakfast food last night, and everybody was kind of on their own.
Are you talking about breakfast for dinner?
And so I did 2 Eggo waffles and 3 eggs.
Okay.
That was my dinner
Greg,
last
you
night.
okay with that? I know you don't
Serious
like breakfast
business.
for dinner.
I don't, but that's fine.
I mean, you're looking down to him. I saw you looking.
I mean, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, if the situation happens, but it's not my favorite. When people announce it, I don't get giddy about it. Ooh, breakfast for supper.
I just did it just because I was trying to look. I was looking
Did you get giddy about it?
Well, I mean, it just it did its work.
Okay.
Right. If you had to choose how you want your eggs, scrambled?
I fry mine.
How is it?
I like them scrambled.
Over easy? What?
Mine are over well. I don't like them running. Most people like them running.
Over medium / over hard.
You don't like them running and get that toast and run?
Nah, it's something about that running's gross.
Okay. Well,
I'll eat them, but I don't prefer them like
today's
that.
National Egg Day.
I mean,
I'll
I'll eat it.
I love eggs.
Mm-hmm.
I eat eggs a lot.
How about boiled?
Yeah, I'll eat a boiled egg.
I like them.
Yeah.
Don't do it a lot.
No,
I don't either.
Can't never remember how long.
Make sure you have something to drink if you have a boiled egg.
Really?
Oh yeah. It just
You're right. It'll stack up on you.
It will for a second.
Especially if it's really dry.
You know,
if that yolk's really dry.
If you want to know a go-to at the Wilburn House, little egg sandwiches. Terry will if she won't even ask, which I love. I mean, like let's say it's Saturday morning and we have nothing to do. You might either wake up or start piddling around, all of a sudden come back in and you smell like breakfast. Like, what's up? And she's like, I got you an egg sandwich right here. I'm like, how about that? Y'all go scrambled on the egg sandwich?
Scrambled.
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Yep.
Even if you take a bite and it falls all out everywhere?
Yeah, you're right. That is mine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
toast holds it a little better.
a little bit. But that's a go-to. But we love eggs. My sister
You ever throw an egg on top of a hamburger?
Yes.
I have not.
I've ordered it that way. I've never cooked one that way.
You know, I don't think I have either.
But I like it. I do like it that
yeah.
way.
Pretty good.
My sister got sick. I don't know if y'all are like this. Have you ever gotten sick on some type of food and for the rest of your life you won't eat it?
Yep.
Yeah.
She got sick on eggs when she was really young, and she will not eat eggs.
Any
now.
form.
No, I mean just won't eat them. And I'm like,
and it wasn't the eggs that made her sick.
Lynn,
it's just the experience.
It wasn't that.
Yeah.
It's just, but she won't touch eggs.
And we talked about this the other day. I'll briefly touch on it. I love deviled eggs.
Yeah, you
I
do.
did as a kid. Ran from them as a kid.
Me too. A lot of things.
Yeah.
Especially if they put jalapenos in them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wish they had
goodness!
one right now.
Come slap me. But yeah, I don't.
I was scared of them too when I was a kid.
I think
it was the paprika.
Yeah, I don't think that I have just written off a food that I got that I got sick on as a young kid. I don't.
Mine
think,
was pizza. I had a pizza run, and it happened at a Shoney's actually, where I got wasn't a pizza.
First of all, you eating pizza at Shoney's?
I know. Well, I was a
That's
kid.
interesting.
It was
No
like
wonder
a
you threw up.
7-8-year-old kid, Greg.
They
And
had
I mean,
pizza at Shoney's?
They did
On
right
the
there on
bar?
that bar buffet deal they had.
I bet it was good.
And I got so sick, and it had nothing to do with the pizza. It's just I was already sick, didn't realize it.
Right.
It didn't matter what I would have eaten that night. But I had I went 10 plus years where I would not touch
10
pizza
years.
because of that. I mean, I even remember in college
Also known as the
turning
dark
pizza
days.
down because of that experience.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it was
terrible. I
rough.
hate you went through that.
It's rough, man.
I don't want 10 years no pizza.
Yeah, I know.
No, who wants that?
I'd work
It was
there.
early 20s before I ever got over it.
Are you
Serious?
serious?
I'm not making that up. Serious
goodness.
business.
Wow.
Which when you're going through the experiences of pizza was a big deal, like at baseball camps and all these different things that I was a part of, and I just nah,
Now, I will say this. When I was
can't do it.
just old enough to start remembering things, I would eat pizza, but I wouldn't eat the crust. I would just rip the topping off of it, the cheese and the topping, and eat it.
serious?
I wouldn't eat the crust.
Not
I remember being at Pizza Boy at the Quintard Mall, and I just scrape it off and leave the crust. I don't know.
The other night we had like 4 pizzas.
I've moved past that.
Well, I have it evidently, and that's why I'm gonna tell you
You're
that.
doing it.
So
I'll still have none of Richmond.
a few nights ago, we'd had this leftover pizza sitting there for like 3 days or whatever, and every once in a while people
borderline.
grab it. I
Yeah,
know,
you're right.
well, and that's why I said
close. It's
I was
close.
cleaning out. I said we were
close.
getting ready to come home from the lake, and so we were looking at this. Do we want to take this home or not? And I could not throw it away without taking the pepperoni off and eating it.
Exactly.
There's like
You
8
get the whole
pieces of
cheese and everything,
pepperoni.
just
Oh yeah.
rake it off.
Sometimes it'll come up with the pepperoni,
Yes.
and I'm just "Arr."
I've done that too.
What do you-
If
what
I'm-
do you-
Arr.
If I'm throwing it, okay, we're getting rid of this. Give me a scoop.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But that used to be, I would have just a bunch of naked pieces of crust laying there
Yes.
with nothing on them.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that.
That's kind of a waste, but I like it.
Well, see, in my defense, we were about to throw it away.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's
So I was like-
completely different.
But there's
That's
a little
how
bit
I
of that.
ate it.
I
Yeah.
know. There's
Yeah.
a little bit of that of me still there.
It's good.
It is.
I've seen who has it offers a bowl and it's a pizza bowl and there's no crust. It's just the top.
Yeah. So yesterday I had a client lunch and I'm sitting down and we're at a sushi place.
Did you get confused on what to order? Did you have to ask everybody what you
Especially at
should
that
order?
place.
Kinda.
Oh yeah, especially at a place like that.
Hey, what are you going to get?
I'll give you a pass.
What's
on
good
that.
I was
here?
a little too blocked.
I'll
but
give you a pass on that because you don't eat that a lot, but it doesn't matter. You can go to Cracker Barrel. He's going to ask you, what do you think we should get?
Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I could not make myself eat the sushi though. I just, even though I could have tried.
Was it just a straight up raw meat, or was it in the
Yeah,
the little
yeah, they
roll
did
I
the
can
f-
deal with?
No, they did the fish and everything. I mean, they were hardcore.
I've tried it.
I'm pure sushi.
I've
and
tried
I
it,
tried
I
to make
can't do
Bubba proud and do it. And I will if needed, but they had other options. So I went that route. Felt a little guilty.
What did you order? Like chicken teriyaki or something?
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
is one of my go-tos when I go to
Chicken-
a place like that.
Chicken and shrimp.
Okay.
Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little
Oh, yeah.
steamed rice?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Just wanted to make y'all proud.
I don't like eating bait.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Blackberry Smoke coming back. Greg's on fire for him. New album out. As we roll on back, for those of you on YouTube, that's what's happening. As we look at today, it is Thursday if you're listening live, so that means we have Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and this week we'll be with Lance Ingram. So we'll catch up with old Lance. United for Victory is out. We've been talking a lot about the pre-orders, and we'll bring you into the loop if you do not know about that a little bit more today, and have Lance on the podcast. Great timing for that. And look forward to catching up with Lance. A lot of you might know him as Lou Holtz here with the show. Former intern, can you believe that? Doing really well. And we'll talk a lot more about Lance today with the podcast. It will hit Saturday morning and publish. So make sure you set up your notifications for that. Two new interns today. Nick and Mackenzie are both on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG, the intern program here at Rick and Bubba University, as they try to get a degree of common sense, has started back up. Have 5 interns. It's been over a year since we've had interns. And so looking forward to that progression. 1 has been named. We have 4 more to name, and so we'll do that throughout the next few days. All right, so we don't really – I got to tell you something. I don't ever follow the NBA. I don't know if y'all do or not. I don't. Matter of fact, Reese came over to me last night as I was about half asleep when he got home from work. He goes, "Hey, Dad, did the Lakers lose again? Are they about out?" And I'm like, "I think so, son. I think they are." And that's about as much as we've talked about the NBA at the house. But I see where the Celtics are clearing house. Danny Ainge, former Celtics player, he's been the president of the Boston Celtics for like 18 years. And then Brad Stevens has been the head coach. And I believe, if I'm reading this right, that Brad Stevens is going to move from head coach into that president's role. And Ainge is stepping down. And so that means that the Celtics are looking for a replacement. And rumor is, and now again, it could be rumor and it could be bad reporting as well. So let me just make sure y'all understand that the women's Duke basketball coach, Kara Lawson, is one of the front runners for that position.
For the Boston Celtics head coaching job.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Former WNBA player.
Now, where is she coaching now?
Assistant.
Duke's women's coach.
That's what I saw. Is that wrong? Again,
I don't know.
I'm out of the loop on a lot of this, but according to what I saw, the report I saw in the story I read, unless I was reading it wrong, it says that she is the Duke's women's basketball coach. And speaking of Duke, Coach K, it says he is stepping down after this next season.
And then he's going to take over the women's.
Yeah, he could. He possibly
I made
could.
that up.
But I just thought that was interesting that's – and again, this was a former Celtics player that was being interviewed on NBC Sports Boston yesterday. And in an interview –
They say that she's the most qualified, they think.
And they say that it's going to be – it looks like it's Kara Lawson.
All righty.
So this is not one of those deals where they're cleaning house and mad at everybody. Ainge is just stepping down, tired. He's going to retire.
Yeah,
and then
probably a little
Brad Stevens, who came from Butler, I believe, and he had a good run in the NCAA and then moved on up in the ranks of the NBA. Been with the Celtics for a while,
8 years, I think.
And so now he's going to step into a president, GM, whatever role. And so they're going to hire possibly going to hire a woman as the NBA coach.
Check.
That would be that'd be something. That'd be a story. That'd be a headline.
Yeah.
Wow. As far as your NBA question,
but
so she was
last name. You look at it written.
Krzyzewski.
Yeah, but you look at it written down. You don't have a chance to say
it's kind of like what I did with Nick Trelia, our new intern.
I mean, there's nothing in this name written that looks like Krzyzewski.
No,
or however how you say it.
You said it right.
You said it
right.
Looks like Crazy Z whiskey.
Well, and I've seen the 30 for 30 on this. Y'all probably have too. So he's been at it 40 years now. Won over 1,000 games.
Wow,
unbelievable.
Multiple championships, of course.
Yeah. Olympic team.
But here's the thing: when he was started off in Army, he was the coach there, and really didn't. Now I don't know if normally Army's known for their basketball. Okay, so I know when you hire an Army's coach to come take over your program, you're probably looking for somebody that's more disciplinary guy, wouldn't you think? But his first 3 years at Duke were horrible. Like his first year was okay, but the second year and third year horrible. they could have easily gotten rid of him, and many people wanted him gone after that third year. And so this is one of those stories where if you give somebody one more year, and how many times have there been coaches out there that have been fired after 3 years?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you looked at what people called Duke crazy for keeping Coach K after that third year that he had been there.
Wow.
And look at the run they would have never probably had
Yeah.
if they wouldn't have gone, we're sticking with this guy for one more year.
Yep. He
It's kind of like
quite
the
a
Dabo
resume.
Sweeney. I always think about the Dabo
Same
Sweeney
thing,
thing. There's a podcast out there. Oh, it's recently. Two of my favorite people on there together.
Oh, no.
Dabo and Colin Cowherd got together. And Dabo.
Are you okay?
Oh, look, it was a banner day. If Joe Buck would have been involved, I'd have had some kind of, goodness. But Dabo was telling the story about after his, I want to say it was his second year, they had just lost to South Carolina. They had an okay year, but they had lost a heartbreaker to the rival. Mm-hmm. And he walked in his office fully expecting to be fired. Like his wife was like, hey, so-and-so's he's in your office. And he looked at her and was like, hey,
this is it.
God's going to take care of us. We're going to be fine, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to try to figure this thing out, and we'll move on to what's next. I mean, he fully had in his mind he was out. And he goes in there, and the conversation is completely different. And he was like, I believe in you, and this is what we're sticking with. Don't care what anybody else has to say. Built him up, and then look at what has happened.
Pretty good run.
And so you could have fired Dabo Sweeney then, and nobody would have said that was a bad decision. They wouldn't have, because his record was not
right.
You might have heard they really didn't give him a chance or whatever. And we hear this all the time where there's a third or fourth year coach where if you don't know what will happen.
Well,
but I know with Coach K what happened, and I know what's going on with Dabo. And so and there's other instances out there just like this.
Yeah.
Don't be so quick to fire him.
Yeah,
you may have the next Coach K and don't realize it.
Possible.
Yeah, but it's you're looking at his resume. It's quite the legacy.
Well, I'd hate to be the guy coming in. John Shire. I don't even a former player. I don't even know him.
Currently an assistant.
And
too,
I think
believe?
I knew this. So he came his first job at Army. He was assistant under Bobby Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Bobby Knight leaves and he gets the head.
Yeah.
I knew he was a Bobby Knight guy that he'd coached under him.
It is so cool looking at these these coaching trees and all this kind of stuff. Not just in basketball, but you look at like the NFL and some of these super staffs that they'll sit there and they'll all be standing there and it's like and they circle about 6 or 8 of them and they're like now they're head coaches, but they were all on the staff at one time. Yeah. It's pretty amazing how that all happens and but yeah, for them to both be on the same staff, picture that.
I know.
Think of that, but think about that practice.
Huh? Imagine having to be assistant to Coach Knight. Wow.
Yeah.
Be a little rough.
It would.
I read that book, that guy that traveled the whole season with him. Good night.
He's something else, isn't he?
It's unreal. This is in his prime, too.
Yes.
This was when they were still good. And he was a handle.
What was the biggest thing that you didn't know after reading the book? That
I didn't know that he would get up in front of the student body and let them ask him questions.
Okay.
And a female stood up and asked him about being what she needed to do to be a manager on the basketball team. He said, change your gender first in front of the whole place.
Did he really?
Yeah. They asked him about, I think, drug testing athletes. He said it was up to him. They test all you SOBs. This is in front of the whole student body.
If you want to have some fun today,
So it's question time.
Yeah.
Okay.
just get on.
Open for questions.
Get on YouTube and put in Bobby Knight press conferences.
Oh,
and you'll have a day.
Oh,
It's
you'll
unbelievable.
Grab a cup of coffee and do that,
There's
and you'll
never
have a
been
nice little
another
morning.
one. Nothing like him.
No.
You'll get off and relay the links and look up and 2 hours has gone by.
I know.
So yeah, Coach Case announcing he's
Now
stepping
he is
down.
going to coach. He's going to coach this year.
Yeah, that's what he said. I think
which
he
is
said
good
after,
because
yeah.
I don't want him to go out after
Oh,
last year.
Not after that
yeah.
big pile.
Yeah.
What if he comes out next year and they just tank?
You never know.
Still, he's got that legacy.
Yeah, he does.
He does. I will
No
take a
matter
break.
how.
We'll be right back. Kickoff hour live.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is made possible by another new sponsor and someone that we want to talk to you about, and that's goodrx.com/Bubba. I think we'd all agree that everyone should be able to afford their medication. That's why we want you to check out goodrx.com/Bubba, as they'll help you find the lowest price on prescriptions every time. With goodrx.com/Bubba, you can instantly compare prices for your prescription at every pharmacy in your neighborhood and save as much as 80%. And it's free. And I love that. It's easy to use, and many times it's often cheaper than using your insurance copay or even Medicare. So with goodrx.com/Bubba, you can find discounts for your prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies at places like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, and more. This is the #1 most downloaded medical app out there, and millions of Americans use it to get affordable health care every month. So join us and start saving up to 80% on your prescriptions today. Go to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba, and find a link as well if you'd like to go that route at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we are back now, 9 minutes till top of the hour. We appreciate all of you tuning in. They just walked in. Nick did, one of our new interns, and Mackenzie. They said that people are calling during the kickoff hour, and he was really excited that they had screened their first phone call, but we just lost him.
Okay.
But he was all excited.
Well,
You remember that time you screened that first phone call.
Yeah,
He's like,
boy,
man,
I
this is
remember
unbelievable.
like it was yesterday.
Like it was yesterday. How about this? I don't know about you guys. Have you ever lost your wallet?
Have I ever? Yes.
Yes. It's a terrible feeling, isn't it?
Don't
My
really carry one
keys
anymore.
and my phone, I've lost them all.
You've lost them all. I have lost keys. I've lost wallet. Really the wallet thing, it's awful now. I mean, because you got to cancel everything. You got to go get you a new driver's license.
And the minute you do all that, you're going to find it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the bad part.
Well, we've got a guy here that had a stolen wallet, and it got returned here recently after 20 years of it missing. 20 years.
A little late.
A Scottish man recently got a blast from the past. It says here he lost
20
his
years.
He says he lost his wallet two decades ago, but then here it says it was stolen. So I don't know. He misplaced it. It was taken. I don't know. But he's 37. Lost his wallet at a pub in 2001, and he finally recovered it Saturday, May 29th, according to the New York Post.
All right. Where was it? At the pub?
A message he received at the time described a black wallet that contained a work pass and cards, which expired in 2004.
Okay.
When he finally received his long-lost wallet, he found it still with his Bank of Scotland ID card, a home rental membership card, and a number of other personal items still in it. So,
cash.
I guess maybe the stolen part, they might have just taken cash. I don't know.
Does it say where they found it? I mean, was it where in the area he had left it, or somebody found it thrown in a dumpster? Or
it just says here that it was a little weathered, which you can imagine, and here's a picture of it.
Yeah.
It just says that apparently someone, I guess, came across this and
20
saw
years.
that he, had his ID in there and figured out how to find him, and ended up getting it to him.
How about that?
It says the Scottish restaurant and pub where his wallet was lost/stolen was found, which was said to have been discovered in a nearby hedge. So maybe outside the restaurant or something. It sounds like to me if someone stole it, to your point, they took the cash, threw the wallet out, and maybe somebody came across it somehow. JC, his wallet, nowadays the way these sweatpants, and they have these really loose pockets, and you got to be careful. I mean, you could sit down and it just slide out, and you not even know it.
Yeah.
Happened to him, and he's like, "Hey, I've lost my wallet," and you're like, "You're kidding me." He goes, "I have a feeling I know where it is, but they're closed."
A lot of times you'll find it wedged in the seat beside where you in the car.
So he contacted them, and they kind of giggled and said, "Well, you'll probably never find it. Nowadays people aren't returning wallets.
No.
But about 2 days later, they called and said, actually, we did find it, and it was beside a garbage can where it looked like somebody had gone through it, and everything's intact. It's just, did you have any cash?" He said, "Yeah, I did. I had a little bit of cash." and they just want to take the cash and throw. They don't care about. I'm not going to try to get the card, and I don't want your driver's license. I just want the cash. Of course, we still got new cards and stuff in case they wrote something down, just out of precaution. But they just took his cash and threw the wallet down.
How about the relief when one time I left mine in Walmart? I guess when I was paying, I set it and walked off. I get home, and you're trying to remember where you had your wallet. And I called, and I thought, no way. And the lady said, let me check, see if anybody turned it in. She came back and said, yep. And I thought, because I thought no way that, it's either somebody kept it or it's just, or maybe I couldn't even remember where I'd left it. But that's so relieved when you hear that.
Oh, yeah. I one time I had put my keys down, and I was at a retail store looking for clothes, I think for one of the boys or something, and I had gym shorts on, and I don't know why I had my keys in my hand. I have no idea why, but I think I was looking at jeans or something, and I set it down, and I went to leave, paid for it, went to the car, and realized, man, I don't have my keys. And I had to go in that store and start looking through that entire store to find them, and ended up finding them probably about 30 minutes later under some clothes on one of the shelves.
Oh, you were so relieved.
And I don't know why I just put them down and just kept on
That's
moving.
when your hand's doing stuff and your mind's not involved.
Yeah. You do that a lot.
Oh, yeah. Where'd I put that?
Why'd I put that there?
Or pick some up and take off with it.
Yeah.
Like time Rick took Hamza's keys home with him when nobody knew why. Remember
Right.
that? He's
Yeah.
walked by and
Was
picked-
adamant that he didn't have them. That's what was funny.
Yeah. Reese was in the middle of telling me something the other day, and I said, hold on, son. And I just walked out. He goes, where are you going? I'm in the middle of talking. I was like, I'm thinking about something, and if I don't do it right now, I'll forget.
Yeah.
I said, when you get to my age, that's what you got to do. He goes, oh, okay. Just kind of looked at me weird, like, why are you going to the garage right now?
Hey, weirdo.
Yeah, what are you doing?
And then once you got up to the garage, you forgot why you were there.
Yeah, then you stood there and went and looked around. And then went back in and finished the conversation.
Oh, this is something else. But no, 20 years after his wallet went missing, what's so weird is that everything is still in it. I mean, look at this. IDs, Bank of Scotland card. He's got a couple of bank cards in here. Some other credit cards. Everything's still intact.
Everything there.
It's like a time capsule, he said. You
That
look back-
is. It's because it's really, you can't use any of it.
No,
Everything's
no.
expired.
Yeah.
It is like a time capsule, real life time capsule. Where y'all at on time capsules?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's.
I've never been the guy that
you dig
does,
a little hole and bury something?
Yeah, I've never done that with the family or anything, but I think it's
kinda
pretty
like
neat that
stuff
people
like
do.
that. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm like you. I've never done it. I'm not anti.
yeah.
Well, you went,
I don't know. Because you bear it and you go, all right, see you in 20 years.
Amanda and I used to do these things. Well, this is not really a time capsule, but it's along those same lines. Like when
Dale's got a time capsule.
well, but when we first got married, we wrote down like where do we want to be in 5 years, like very specific on things that we wanted and those things. Okay, then we would do one
Set of
for 10
goals.
years and stuff like that. Not really a time capsule. I've never done. I would like to do that, I guess. Of course, my kids are probably old enough now where they think it's silly. Hey,
Yeah,
y'all.
they-
Hey, everybody,
that's not cool.
grab something to put in the time capsule.
We'll dig it up later, and then
We're gonna dig this up when y'all graduate.
Yep.
I saw
I can tell Hells wants to do it.
Yeah, I saw a note that you had written like 10 years ago. It was in my office. I don't know how. It was like under my desk. And it said, make Greg my best friend.
Here we go.
And no, I just thought, well, I mean, I wonder how he feels like he's done.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
I think that was your writing.
I'm close.
Yeah.
Got a little more work to do. I've extended it another 5 years.
Okay,
Right,
well,
right.
They're my friends.
Look at
Watch
that.
it. Watch it.
I'd like to see us three do a time capsule. There, I said it.
What would we put in it?
I don't know. I got to think about it. I want it to be really monumental.
Something good.
You know, now that movie.
Zip up sweater.
Yeah, I got to do
Yeah.
that. We could spend more time together now that movie theaters are open. We could go see another movie.
We should start
together.
that back up.
Top Gun comes on. We're going.
Hey, buddy, you and Top Gun.
You're right.
If Top
Maverick.
Gun. We've lost you if Top Gun stops.
Oh, I'm telling you. Y'all ain't fired up about Maverick, Top Gun 2?
I just think you need to whoa on it just a little bit.
I know. It's
Whoa.
not going to be near as good as I think.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour, has begun. And we thank you for being here.
Will get you very far.
This hour starts, as it has been doing, since the attack on America back on 9/11. We started with the national anthem. Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour has begun. And we are so thankful that you are here. And let's unpack it. We'll go through the stories of the day. We'll take your phone calls. The Wheel of Meat is in play again today. Could happen. A couple of new interns are taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. As Rick and Bubba University has allowed the students who are enrolled to return to class. And they have returned this week. So we'll get that done. The kickoff hours have been provided by Speedy, the Real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler. They're all here and ready to go with us as we go forward. Look right there. Look right there. There he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. 27 going on 28 years. Come on now.
You know, sometimes Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. The late Tom Petty.
The late.
But we're outliving a lot of folks, aren't we?
Yeah,
you know,
I saw a special on him, and it had to do with his last concert, and it was a guy that covered him, and you know, I didn't realize he had a lot of health problems.
Oh yeah,
had some hip things, and they showed him walking off stage after the last concert he did, and he kind of stumbled. And they talked about how much pain he was in, and a lot of pain medicine to get concerts done. But
very Prince-like.
He loved it so much, he went out there and did it. And so, it was really informative. I forgot what where
Well, thanks
it
for
was,
letting me know
but,
about this. I mean, it sounds like there's a Tom Petty documentary that I haven't seen.
It was a good one, and I don't even know what it was on. And I think I saw it back when we were off for a week, so I don't know where it was. But it was really good. They had all that footage from the last concert. And
How cool.
Yeah, it was really neat.
Greg and I got a chance to see him together. That was cool.
Yeah, right there.
And we did the famous thing where we guessed what the first song would be. See if you know. Do you remember what it was? I do.
Running down the drain.
Running down the drain.
And you know,
Do
speaking,
you remember Jackson Brown opening up?
I do. Had forgotten it, but now I
I
do.
know, that's what I had to. You know.
Needed a few more hits from Jackson.
Yeah.
And I know there's no way that y'all looked at that little video I sent y'all last night. It actually came from the Milli Vanilli world, but it was really interesting
What was
that on the producer from Germany who was behind all that.
Bubba.
And this wasn't his first time to do it, and not his last, by the way.
Well,
He really was the bird in all this.
Well, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's totally different than what some of the accounts I had read.
But because Bubba, you know, they came up yesterday during the naming of an intern. We have Milli Vanilli Wafer is a new intern. But the thing that, and I had not really thought about it, and I mentioned it yesterday when we were doing all this. The reason why that doesn't really surprise me is that in the early days of music, this was actually very common.
Yeah.
They used these studio singers and backup singers, and then they would put another group out there singing the songs as if it was them that they thought had a better look. It happened all the time.
I mean, even from you know what's done in the studio now, a lot of times it's not the band people playing.
No.
On the studio cut. Because studio musicians, as they pointed out in this thing I sent you last night, a lot of times don't want to tour. They're at a musical level. They just want to go to work and have a normal life, and they like what they do. They go in, they play different things for different people, and get paid nicely for it. But they don't want to be on the road. They don't want to be in a band out. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. And so, you know, this guy not only was doing the musical part of it, he was doing the vocal part of it too. So, and it was interesting. Y'all need to watch it. It was pretty good.
I like anything that has to do with behind the scenes of the music business.
It is the Milli Vanilli story, but it's not necessarily about them and their singing. It's about the whole story and
that sounds interesting.
How
just a
the
part of
music scene. The main guy, this Fabian guy, who's a producer in Germany, it's really more about him and what he was doing and what some of these people who stayed quiet and when they came out. I mean, there was you see the whole group, the whole bunch, the girls, the guys, everybody sung on it.
Can I ask you this? All right, so talk back to Tom Petty and death. So I know that when people die, we still show their movies, show their TV shows, and play their songs. That's normal. Okay?
Right.
But do you find it a little odd? Because, you know, Tom Petty has his own satellite channel that's just nothing but Tom Petty. And that they still have him doing his breaks and stuff. Because Tom liked radio. You know, he even did the album The Last DJ. And he would get on there and like jock a little bit on his Tom Petty channel.
I didn't know they were still.
And they still play those. And there's something about that bothers me. I don't have any problem with him singing because I mean those songs are.
Yeah.
Well, look, we still listen to Casey Kasem.
You're right. You're right.
You know those kind of things.
But the
let
way
me tell
he's
you
like
what you
cutting
said
up
about that.
and making funnies, and you're kind of like, well, he's
Rick,
on.
I'll have to find that documentary for you because it has them when they first started, and they were all in a band together.
Mudcrutch.
Yes, and the fact that they would call the local radio station and request their song.
Oh yeah, come on.
And all the things.
I mean that's
It was hilarious to see because they had some pictures of them sitting around dialing the local radio station. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. But look, when I was doing campus radio, I would be on the radio promoting the band that I was in like I wasn't in it. Like, you need to go see them, don't miss this. You got to make it work. You got to make it happen. 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day
22 minutes
without
now
a
past the
brother.
hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be
Oh,
Big
there is no other
is the number. Well, it appears, Bubba,
working on their blubber.
that the name Karen has been damaged by the pandemic.
Wow.
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I saw the new baby name list
Yeah.
coming out, and apparently Karen has taken a nosedive.
The naming of girls Karen has gone downhill. Look, I know
It's the lowest in how many years?
it's way down, but well, just like your daughter didn't like that Bruce Jenner chose the name he chose.
Right.
I mean, you feel bad for the people that already have the name and the name starts going south.
Yeah, it's not your fault.
But what people are saying is, well, my daughter's not gonna have the name going forward. I mean, so the name Karen has dropped substantially. Said fewer and fewer people are naming their babies Karen, according to Yahoo News. The name dropped 171 spots on the list of the most common baby names over 2020. I mean, look at it. It just pummeled. It really fell off. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if something we've talked about this. I mean, this is not to the degree of Karen, so be careful. I mean, is anybody out there going to name your child Adolf? Anybody?
Well, there was a few.
I mean-
there was a few after that, but you don't hear it as much now.
No.
Adolf Coors.
Yeah, right.
Adolf Rupp.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. by the
Adolf
way.
Rupp.
Yeah, I mean it's his name's on the building now.
True.
Can I tell you this? And I don't know how I'm going to use Adolf Ruff and all, and then I'm going to work my way all the way back to Stroh's beer. But do you remember the Stroh's beer commercials? And I thought they had some of the best commercials that everybody ever, because everybody was,
It's going to blow.
the one I still love to this, and the reason why this comes up is I actually met a new family, and they are connected to the part of Michigan where Stroh's beer was made.
Yeah.
And they were talking about that was
I
big.
guess
big.
it did just go away.
I don't know,
Just
but I still remember the one that I thought the best one they did is that guy has been walking for miles with nothing to drink, and he's about to die. I'm talking about it's that desert kind of thing, and he
I remember this one.
and he walks into the saloon in the middle of nowhere, and he comes in and he says, and he hadn't drank, and he's on the edge of death. He says, "Y'all got any Stroh's beer?" He said, "No, buddy, we don't. Got some nice cool water though," and he goes, kind of have my heart set on the Stroh's. And he turns around and walks out. I thought that was a great commercial. I'm Baptist, so I never drank the Stroh's, but I mean, I just thought it. But anyway, so Karen is taking a hit. But I mean, look, be honest, guys. If you're having a daughter right now, based on what we've been through with the pandemic, you gonna name her Karen?
yeah.
I mean, I don't think so.
If it's a family name, you might want to go with that. But do you stick it over there as a middle name or something?
All right, now
There's something going on at our house right now with my son calling Caroline Karen.
Uh-oh.
And it is.
Boy. So
oh,
you're
that's
done.
good.
And I'm
with it.
done with it, by the way.
Who
but,
calling who?
Braden is calling
sister
Caroline Karen. Okay, Karen. I mean, it's one of those
Just to
deals.
get on her nerves.
Yeah, just it's the only reason.
And
he's
she's
doing
giving
it.
him the rise he wants, so he stay
Exactly.
with it.
And I
that's
keep
never gonna
telling her,
end.
"Hey, Caroline, listen, you're giving him exactly what he wants."
Oh yeah,
Okay?
as a big brother, I'd be all over that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, Mom. Karen did.
You're right. Yeah. She's policing the house, Karen. Yeah, that's good. See what I mean? Would you name?
I know.
And like I mean, I don't want to. Wasn't there a certain cutoff? Because it is bad if a name becomes something that is off color, and you know that. And me being named Richard, it was a close call for me.
Man.
But what I'm saying is, does anybody use that? Because my name is Rick, which is short for Richard. But if you look at my name, it's Richard.
Yeah.
And I didn't pick up the other possibility,
Right.
Because I think my parents said we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
So does anybody use that anymore?
I know.
I mean,
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, would
Not if you're under the age.
would
of a certain
anybody say, we just named our new baby boy Richard so and so, and we're going to call him?
No, I don't.
I mean,
yeah.
age. Now, we
nobody
have a
does
sporting
that.
goods store that's proud of it. But
Now how that got out of the marketing meeting, I'll never know.
I'd had to raise my hand at the table on that one. Hey,
Yeah, on that sporting goods store, I don't know whether that's somebody's first name or last name. Whatever it was,
yeah,
I would have said at the table, let's go with your other name.
yeah.
Let's say that was your first name and your last name, was Williams. And then it would be Williams Sporting Goods. You know what I mean? And if that was your last name and your first name was, say, Ron, it would be Ron Sporting Goods.
Yes, anything, Rick.
How about this? I would have walked away from that name in any
How
way
about
that I
good
could.
time sports?
Yeah, good time. Advanced sports.
Say good time sports.
Anything.
Right.
So Mr. Morris and Mr. Cheney are really the only two that I know that use this name, and they're in their, what, 60s?
No, 70s now.
Probably 70s?
You forget how old Bubba and I are.
So I don't know anybody below, I don't know anybody else using that name
Right. I don't think
on
that,
a daily basis.
So will we see
Hey, call me this.
Right. Will we see Karen fade away?
Possibly. Yeah.
Well, Rick, it was already. Did you mention the rank on this?
So yeah, I
As
said
I
that.
was
I
looking
said
for
it. It said it dropped all the way down to 171.
Well,
I'm
on
sorry,
this,
171 spots.
Yeah,
dropped.
it was already 660th.
Yeah. Now
And
it's
it
way
fell
down.
all the way to 831st.
Yep.
So that's a long way. That's a big drop.
Yep. Did you know that the term calling someone a Karen came from Mean Girls? I did not know that. The movie.
Okay, I didn't know where it originated.
I didn't either.
That's the origin.
I have not.
I did not know that.
I don't think I saw the movie. If I did, I don't recall it.
Yeah, I don't. Isn't that the one that like I remember seeing like the trailer of it? And when that
funny.
Lindsay Lohan in that
Yeah,
bunch?
yeah, it's a funny. Tina Fey wrote it. It's funny.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, just the name.
It's about
Mean
high
Girls.
school girls.
Yeah,
being
just the
mean to each
name
other.
Mean Girls is whatever. Hey, let me tell you something.
They are mean, by the way.
Whoa, boy.
Oh, it's brutal.
Brutal.
Well, every time somebody has a female child, when they start approaching it, I just tell them the world of your sons. And look, life's cruel, period, to a
is.
degree.
Yeah.
But it's the most cruel on young females and the social world they find themselves in. That is the most cruel.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
rough.
women are awful.
Yeah.
I know. We get it's everybody's always running men down. Hey, women are awful. Women are mean and they are vicious
To each other.
And I mean,
Yeah.
buddy. I mean, if you are a female right now,
I'm
and
not
you're-
saying anything.
and you're a friend with another female, I assure you that friendship is hanging by a thread. That thing could end at any moment.
It's
guys,
like a powder keg.
yeah, I mean, like guys, you'll see somebody that's like even a pretty good friend, and he may just disappear off the face of the planet. And you not see him for 5 years. I'm not somebody you used to like.
Yeah.
First of all, you never even check where he went.
No.
And then, and then all
You
of a sudden,
see him and you're right back.
you see him in a meeting 3 and you pick right back up. It's like you never left. Hey, man. Hey, buddy, what's up? A woman won't do that.
No.
Didn't even take time to call me.
They might say, call me.
We'll take your phone calls next.
I'm not on fire, but call me.
Hey, Burge. Call me. I'm not on fire, but call me. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thank you so much for taking time to be with us today. And some cold blue steel. All right, so let me point you here to HelloFresh.com. You're going to love this. Are you doing this yet? Make the move. Make this happen with HelloFresh. 28% cheaper than going out to the local grocery store and trying to figure out what you can do for meals, because they send you everything that you need. You just go to these wonderful recipes the chefs have put together, and every kind of menu option you could think of is there. You pick what you want at your house. They send you the meals based on what you ordered. You do prepare the meals, but the recipe and all the ingredients are there in its individual bag. You get it on the table in 20 to 30 minutes. The family is enjoying great food around the table. You're preparing it. You can be teaching your kids how to cook this way. It's a great way to do that. And you're saving money all at the same time. Could anything be better? Mealtime does not have to be stressful. It really doesn't. What about that feeling when you go, well, HelloFresh, I know what I'm doing this week. My meals are already done, and they're here, and they're ready to go, and all I got to do is prepare them. It's a new, sometimes you get stuck in a rut. You're like, hey, are we just eating these? We just rotating these same 5 dinners over and over again. You also get to try some new stuff. So we're going to get you 12 free meals, and free shipping for a limited time if you'll go use that promo code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com. We also put a link for you at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Put HelloFresh to work for you. To the phones, let's go.
To the phone.
Kentucky. Sam is standing by. Sam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, buddy?
Bubba, I got a bone to pick with you.
Come on.
Adolf Rupp and Adolf Rupp and Adolf Hitler will be pretty close in the same age. So don't take that name in vain with Adolf Rupp. Shame on you, shame on you.
Oh,
Go Cats.
Kentucky guy. Yeah. It was just,
No, I'm just
Basically, they're
mentioning
around
it.
the same age, so they wouldn't have. You're talking about since Adolf Hitler and his.
I was just naming.
people who
Yeah,
got
we
it.
didn't say Adolf
That's
Coors
all.
probably the same
Hey,
thing.
Bubba,
I'm sure
it was
he's
a
around.
great example. that
It
you gave.
was.
We know Adolf Coors
No,
is probably
no disrespect to Big Blue.
The Cats are back.
Let's go, Cats.
The Cats are back, baby.
Yeah. Well, we were saying that there once
Cats
once,
never really left,
Once
though,
Adolf
did they?
was established as a negative, you didn't hear it anymore.
Correct.
And but
So
There
he
are
may
other
already
Adolfs,
had it.
but they were around that time.
right. Yes, that's all. Cat, Subline Cat.
Take the name off the arena, and I mean today.
I mean, it is interesting that all this thing where we do this, where we go back in history and.
Hey, well, we might as well.
Well, no. I don't want that
I
to
think
happen.
there has been discussion of that already, by the way.
There's no doubt.
If we're gonna, this is what gets me about
And I don't think it should
our inconsistency of our emotional worldview versus a logical, educated worldview that you actually use, some sort of common sense. But if we have decided that we go back in time, and we make the people back in time, and we judge them by the standard of the things that are current, if that's what we're going to do, well, where does that end?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Somebody goes,
crazy.
well, he did. This hadn't happened when he. Well, it doesn't matter.
Hey, no offense, Big Blue.
Come on, Big Blue. Now you didn't stir Blue up.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you some examples.
I
Boy,
know.
Bub.
Let's go to Bruce in Nashville, the Music City, checking in.
None of the beer drinkers called to be mad at Greg. I know.
Hard to get them upset. Great.
They hold him in reverence.
Right. Bruce, go ahead, buddy.
My friend's sister's cousin was headed to Missouri, and when they got there, they told him they wouldn't accept a vaccine from somebody from Ohio.
Bruce. What? He's making fun of the call.
Ohio.
Ohio.
That's still pretty good.
That's good, Bruce. It's really, really good. It's a little mean, but it's good.
Right. Yeah, it's early, and it was dead on. By the way, I mean, do you think he worked on that all night?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Well, Bruce. But I'll tell you something about Bruce. He understands. Now, every now and then, I have to sprinkle him because he's almost got it. His frequency is just about right. He's a little bit off, but he's almost got it. But I will say this: I answered the Bruce from Nashville calls with some confidence that he's not gonna. I haven't yet to answer it and regret taking his call.
No, you're right.
He usually brings something.
He
to the table.
delivers.
Yeah.
So he normally delivers.
So knowing that, I think he probably did. He probably did work on it. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Man, yeah, I wanted to talk about the fact that the name John has been disparaged. There's John that
Dagnabbit.
Something about John.
Yeah, something about John and its history.
He was trying to take us down a road that John had been damaged somehow, but his phone was so damaged we could never hear that point.
No matter what his name is.
Yeah. It was.
I
John
think,
runs in our family.
I
a
think
lot.
you're going to have, your basic Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They're going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, they're going. They got a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
Jim in Athens. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, guys, serious business. There is or was a lawyer in Huntsville, Alabama, with the same last name as the sporting goods store, and his name was Richard. And they called him Doug.
All right.
You just.
All right. I got it.
That is a much more common last name than you would think.
Yeah, it is.
Because I know family.
We all used to work for one.
I know.
We did.
Yeah,
we did.
I know
was that?
another girl that was her maiden name. I know. I met
Treat me like
a contractor. That was his name.
Well, if you remember, Greg, when we worked for the broadcasting company, it had the same name as the sporting goods store. We said on the air, we said the name of their broadcast company, and we said uncomfortable to say, but a great place to work.
Exactly.
That's
the best way to put it.
But I knew what his punchline was there. And,
Sure.
And when I heard the word double coming up, I said, "No, that'll do
out.
it.
I'm out.
That'll do it."
Right.
That'll do it.
Let's go to
We had a former guest who used to come on a lot.
Yeah.
Mr. Morris.
Yeah, you remember?
Yeah, we used to love for you to call and ask for him.
It led to your unfortunate.
Yeah.
No, the one you said was involved Dick Clark, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, but I did like him.
No, you did. Now, you love was the word.
I think love.
Right. Well,
Sure
I mean,
did. Boy, we didn't let you
But
forget it.
and let me say this: if you're going to say that you
If you
love,
say that out loud.
let me say this: if you're going to say on the air
Right.
that you love a person with that name do first and last.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Rick,
very,
that is a
Yes.
good rule of thumb.
that is a great rule.
And don't scream it
Especially in this room.
in this room. Yeah.
out. And Rick, don't scream it.
No.
Just say it.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be so excited about it.
Rick,
Well-
and Rick, and preferably not a hand motion.
All
Hey,
right.
buddy,
Don't
you
be
add-
animated.
You're
That's
adding
it.
that.
Don't be animated.
That's an ad.
That's an ad.
But when I would call,
An
to,
unnecessary ad.
when I
It was
would,
bad enough.
when I when I would call and ask for Mr. Morris to get him on the phone for the interview, he would because he would say, "You don't have to call me that," and I'm like, "Well, I can't."
Right.
I wanted to say I couldn't ask for the
No,
other.
now what you do on things like that, like with Mr. Morris, is when he says you don't have to call me Mr. Morris, you just clarify. I actually do.
Yeah, I really do. Unless you change
That's
your
just-
name to Frank.
It's our policy, dude.
I love it. That's good, Greg. Just call me by my first name. You willing to change it to Frank?
We got a deal.
That's right. I will call you by your first name if you get a new one.
And it can't be Karen.
Right. Yeah, not in Karen. We can't do that. Let's go, James, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. James, go ahead.
Hey, I got a buddy. He told me that they use Karen as a name for a female part, very derogatory. I didn't believe him, but so I was watching a TV show, and somebody called another girl a Karen. So I do believe that's probably why they're not using the name Karen anymore, because I had no idea. I'm 51. Don't pay attention to that crap.
Well, it has whether that's true or not. We started using it for people who are nosy in your
Tattletales.
business,
Calling you out, trying
tattletales.
to call everybody out.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So I don't know what road you're on there, but I think we had plenty again. And once again, I think we had plenty.
Karen was just easier to say than Mrs. Kravitz.
Yes, it's so much easier.
Exactly.
Let's go to Ethan out of the great state of Alabama. Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, I got a couple things for you. First things first, rotate. Rotate. Secondly, I was going to ask Helmsy about PT if he had tried physical therapy yet, but before you answer that, where's Tommy been? We ain't heard from Tommy in a
I know.
You know, New York Tommy.
I don't know Tommy.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
I
a
think
great question.
Bubba made him mad.
I think y'all hurt his feelings.
I didn't make him.
How?
I do. I really do.
What did we do?
I don't make people
I'll
mad.
tell you.
Bubba pushed
I'll
him
tell
on
you
his
in
own
break.
property.
I'll tell
I'm
you
the
in break.
nice one here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Speedy got his name wrong.
Right.
Huh? What do you use? Just make up stuff
Yeah,
day?
pretty much. Yep.
I thought it was egg day.
Well, let's face it, Greg. If you're named Tommy, Speedy probably don't love you.
He doesn't. That's his
See,
fine.
here comes the Burgess boys. Watch out, everybody.
Watch out,
They're tag teaming.
Uh-oh. Watch out. Off the top ring rope. They're forming momentum. Don't let them draft.
Quick, go to break.
Hey, there they are. They're going to the front.
They're drafting.
Shake and bake. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
I had it, buddy.
More Rick and Bubba. Greg, today's a big unnecessary ad day.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events tonight. Winfield, Alabama. Excited, Winfield. The home of Mule Day. We're going to be there. Winfield Baptist Church kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from the manchurch.com. Man Church tonight. That's the service where we do a little praise and worship. Have a little message of challenge, men, talking to men like men, and then the opportunity for those men to roll into the curriculum for the high equipping and the small group opportunities that will be presented tonight. We provide all this at themanchurch.com if you need it for your community or your church. We'll help you any way we can, and excited about tonight. So we'll kick that off. It's free. All you have to do is be there. So looking forward to seeing all of you there tonight. All right, so Bubba, do you want to talk about what you just told us, or do you want me to give you a COVID update? Which one?
You know, I'm trying to get more information on this because I had something very strange I found this morning. Well, it happens, but I want to be sure I've got my facts right here because something is not adding up to this.
Okay.
So let me double check.
So there's a mystery at your home, but we need more information before we discuss it.
Yeah, it's a real mystery.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
You're like, hey.
Is this beyond that time we had to try to identify where animal sound you kept hearing out saying?
Yeah, it's kind of at that level.
Okay, all right. Uh-oh. Boy,
let me double check.
It doesn't involve no shoulders, does it?
No. It involves water again.
Oh, what? My goodness.
Not that problem.
You know what?
Your
new nicknames will be H2O. I ain't never seen people have more water issues. Yeah.
No, I kind of feel the same way.
You do.
Well, this one's strange. We got to the bottom of the other one. It took
But this
a while,
one's still unsolved.
Well, yeah, it is right now. It's very strange.
What if we did a docu-series on our YouTube channel, Bubba's Unsolved Water Mysteries?
Yeah.
He's had a handful.
Boy, yes.
Man. Counting at the farm and home.
Oh, no.
Gracious.
I know.
All right, so get more information. We may get to that before the show's over. Oh, the high priest of health. Problematic Dr. Fauci. Things are getting a little rough in Fauci land. So James Woods has stolen Bubba's line. He had a picture of Fauci after this latest thing with some the old Information Act. I'll get you some information.
Yeah.
He even got it in the name. And James Woods, Bubba, has already put out the actor who used to have work before he became conservative. Now he can't, nobody wants him anymore.
Boy, he's a hardliner.
Bubba,
too.
You know what he said? I want to know what he knew and when he knew it.
That's right. That's what you have to say. I want to know what he knew.
Take glasses off.
And when he knew it.
Yep. So we're finding out.
It looks like the Fauci lied under oath is what it looks like.
And that's not good. And let's, of course, now,
I didn't lie.
The good news is if you lie under oath and you're beloved by the left, they'll cover for you. If history is any indicator of that.
Yep.
And but Fauci, the old phrase "gain of function" in the Wuhan lab.
Now that is the term when they are manipulating these viruses and they make them more potential than they were. They move them forward on the evolutionary scale. That's called gain of function. And you think, well, why would anybody ever want to do that? Well, what they do is they take some of these viruses, they move them ahead 7, 8 jumps, okay? Maybe that virus evolves one jump every 2 or 3 years. They move it 7 or 8 ahead, and then they try to find out what things work against it. So you're prepared in the future.
Yep.
That's the only way you can do it. But at the same time, when you move this thing ahead, it now is very dangerous out in the world because no one has immunity to it.
Yeah,
if you're talking about the old virus, some people have immunity to it. If you're one jump ahead, you have some immunity to it.
You know what this is like?
You get 5 or 6 down the line, your body goes, I have no idea what that is. I'm sick and I might die.
Well, you're giving the virus an unfair advantage against your body's ability to adjust to it.
But to prepare for that, they have to move it forward to test medicines and drugs and responses that we will need in the future. But the problem is now you've created a monster in the laboratory that you cannot allow to get out, and that really, frankly, looks like what happened with this.
Well, it looks like in these emails that Fauci knew that this was potentially the problem, though pretending that there was no way that could have happened.
Well, that was kind of the question. You remember Rand Paul was really pushing him on this, saying, look, we don't want the U.S. dollars to be funding these acts where you're moving these viruses ahead. because it's just too dangerous. Because you know what happens? They always end up escaping. There's no situation perfect. And in this particular lab, when it was looked at prior to all this, there was a report that they needed to be using level 4 security. And I don't know exactly, but that's like the highest level of protective clothing and entry and exit, scanning and all this stuff. And they were only at level 2. So there were already deficiencies in their protocol for safety.
Well, if I recall correctly, Bubba, in the point you just made, that was talked about early on.
Yep.
Hey, we went and inspected, and we didn't like what we found. It was not a security.
Well, that was even before this happened,
Right.
see, because we had some partnership with this lab from Fauci's bunch. They'd give them a grant of $600,000.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So those things are looked at when they do that, and they went, well, this place here, they're not exactly up to speed on their security.
So Fauci's bunch gave the $600,000 Bubba just mentioned from his agency to the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, who then passed it on to the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Right.
So that's
and Rick,
and they got all these emails about them talking about this, and now they're out.
We don't have absolute proof. I doubt we will ever have absolute proof because China has made sure that the people and the things involved in that were long destroyed so that it couldn't be traced back.
Sure.
But as we reported over a year ago on this show in March, it looks like they were tampering with these viruses. They were moving them several steps ahead, and some got away. And that's what caused the worldwide pandemic we know now as COVID-19. That's what it looks like, but we can't prove it.
Also, we found other emails from Fauci that are triggering some backlash that are just talking about the whole thing about masks. They found one where he's being asked by some female about who's traveling, that he has the email with him for some reason, and should she wear a mask to the airport, to which Fauci's email says, masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected rather than protecting unaffected people from acquiring the infection. And oh, by the way, the typical mask you buy at the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out the virus. The virus is so small it'll pass through that material. That's from Fauci. It's not what we were hearing.
But I mean, this whole
and here's his final quote: "I do not recommend you wear a mask, particularly since you're going to a very low risk location."
Well, again, the first lie that was told did the most damage in public trust when they said early on, you don't need a mask. Don't need a mask. They were trying to save the mask supply for the first line workers in the hospital, which is the right thing to do, but don't lie to get to it, because now we have a public trust, and the public's trust in you is paramount in this, because we're looking to you for every detail of how to handle this pandemic, how we're going to deal with the vaccines, how they're going to be administered, how they're going to work, are they dangerous, are they safe, and the whole relationship started with a lie. They should have just said, don't go get masks, save them for the first line workers until we get caught up on production.
And this email features a little caveat to that. He's saying the ones you go pick up just at a typical grocery store, pharmacy, the virus is so small it'll pass right through it.
Well, yeah, that was the original
And
stuff.
I had a bunch of pharmacists tell me that all along.
What was the grade? What grade was it?
95.
95.
Yeah.
See, that's not the typical mask.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleports. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. It's time to talk about the World Health Organization, the Big Who. Welcome back for a brand new hour. It is a Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the fun.
So let's look back on what we've done in case you just joined us. It's a big story today. Now the Information Act, all kinds of Fauci emails are now available. And what we have discovered, the thing about the mask was one thing, but the most daunting that we discovered is that he absolutely knew, his agency knew, there was a group of people that knew that the virus was being experimented with and tampered with in the Wuhan lab. And what's the term again? The term of it.
Gain of function.
I was rocking it last hour, and I lost gain of function during the top of the hour break.
Uh-huh.
Gain of function meaning they were experimenting and taking these viruses many steps forward to come up with ways to combat it. I'm not saying it was being weaponized or anything like that. We knew that our own people said, hey, we've been to Wuhan lab. We don't like the security here. And they're
the protocols for keeping this stuff safe.
Right. And you see Fauci discussing with people that this is a very real possibility that this has gotten out of the poorly secured lab. And they're talking about this openly, and it seems like Fauci is concerned about it. They're all concerned. And then Donald Trump began to talk about it. And because of the ridiculous world we now live in, it became more important to disagree with a president that they hated and a political party they hated more than getting us, the people, the information that we needed about what was going on. And you heard a reporter yesterday saying, well, the journalists, we absolutely did that. And you're going to see some more of that in our update here. So that's why this is a big deal. And you've got, first of all, we have a clip that we'll play from concerning the World Health Organization that is going to give us some light on this.
And this is the former head of MI6, Sir Richard Dearlove.
All right, so here we go.
One ends up with a feeling of great suspicion about the lack of independence in the WHO. I mean, it looks very much as though they have, in this instance, been manipulated.
Do you think it's possible for the West to get the WHO to act as an honest, impartial broker? Do you think the Chinese influence is so great that it's not going to be able to behave objectively, or can it be shamed into?
Well, it's possible it may be shamed, but I think, in a way, the WHO, in my book at the moment, looks like a lost cause. And, that should not probably be the agency which is going to deliver, I was going to say the truth, maybe that's too strong a word on the pandemic, but it's going to deliver material which gives us a clear understanding of what the hell happened.
So he's just saying, look, with the Chinese owns the WHO,
Mm-hmm.
so if you think you're going to depend on the WHO to shoot you straight, that's probably a foregone. Let that go.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where are the tie-ins here? Xi's wife works for him. She works for the WHO. The head of China, his wife works for him. So do you think they're going to be critical of China in anything?
No, and that was revealed again early on, and we just
the WHO would be a big NO.
Remember, what we're learning here, and we need to focus on this in the future, and I would say this to whether you have a worldview politically that seems to lean to the right.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Or you have a worldview that seems to lead to the left. We as American people, with different worldviews and different views of how the government and Constitution and all that, we have to agree on one thing. We can't have manipulated organizations that try to give us propaganda when it comes to something as dangerous as a pandemic, and we're finding out that all everybody did was run over and put on their team colors, and they would just say whatever benefited their team. They were not telling us the truth. And I mean, we all got to agree that we really can't live in that world. I don't think the political right should do that. I don't think the political left should do that, or political independence. No one should do it. Politics should not be involved, or your love or hate of a president should not be involved in people living or dying when it comes to a pandemic, and just saying, here, hey, straight up, here's what we're facing, and we're all going to be honest with it. Why is this political that we're talking about a Wuhan lab that Fauci and his bunch were funding to do some research that they didn't have. The protocol was not as secure as it should have been, and it got out and it killed a lot of people. I know nobody wants to be held accountable for that. I get that.
China doesn't want to lose face.
No, but we're finding out, just so y'all know, because it's okay just to go look at the facts. You can read the emails yourself. They're out now. They absolutely thought this was a very strong possibility until Trump said it. Then they went a whole different way.
Well, there's a lot of failures here, and one of the largest failures was of our media.
Oh,
Our media, our journalism is supposed to be the beacon of truth that holds everyone accountable. Our forefathers felt very strongly about a free media, a free press that would be the the fact checker out there that would keep politicians in line. But they have become political themselves, so they can't do that anymore when they have already picked sides, which, do y'all remember journalism? You don't supposed to pick sides. If you want to be a commentator and do that like we do, that's fine. Do your thing. But the true journalists are supposed to give both sides of the story, give you the facts, let you decide. They got totally away from that, and they failed us on this. They're at fault in this as much as anybody because they had already decided we don't like Orange Man. We're out to get Orange Man. We know that from CNN. No. Zucker, he was tape recorded in meetings saying they were going to do everything they could to stop him. That's the head of CNN.
Orange Man bad.
That's not being a free watchdog media. That's being an activist, a political activist.
Orange Man bad.
So they failed us in this, and they're still failing us in this.
Orange Man say Wuhan, we no say it no more.
They absolutely turned their back on the facts because they didn't like what Donald Trump said, and they were going to go against anything he said.
Do you realize how dangerous and silly that is?
I know.
Childish. It's like a it's like a 3-year-old.
So did you hear what Bubba said? So the media's stance is do opposite of what Trump's saying. If he says something, just don't do research to see if it's true. Just oppose him and say it's a
because they
conspiracy
could
theory.
not stomach the thought of getting on the air, actually doing the research, and having to look in that camera and say President Trump was right. Could not do that. Would not do that at any cost, and it has cost us lives, and it still costs us lives.
Well, apparently Fauci felt the pressure from them too, and he wouldn't do it.
No.
So here's Rand Paul talking to Fauci about it, and then we'll show you that the media has not learned their lesson yet. But here we go.
Well, I think we've had a sea change of opinion. Everybody left of center was saying this was a conspiracy. No way could it have happened in the Wuhan lab. Now even Dr. Fauci is saying that we should investigate it. But the emails paint a disturbing picture of Dr. Fauci from the very beginning worrying that he had been funding gain-of-function research. And he knows it to this day, but hasn't admitted. We have to get Democrat counterparts that will actually use the committee hearings to investigate this. But so far, it's been such a partisan support for Dr. Fauci that he can do no wrong. But really, there's a lot of evidence that he has a great deal of conflict of interest, and that if it turns out this virus came from the Wuhan lab, which it looks like it did, that there's a great deal of culpability in that he was a big supporter of the funding. But he also was a big supporter to this day of saying we can trust the Chinese on this.
And look, the big thing is when Rand Paul was talking to him under oath, Fauci was denying gain of function when it came to one of the research virologists, or whatever you say that.
It's a tough word.
Yeah, you got it.
He basically denied.
He perjured himself.
Yeah.
And the emails show that.
MSNBC is not listening to what Bubba just said.
No.
They have not learned. They now have Fauci as a journalist with the emails, and this is how MSNBC's Nicole Wallace talks to Fauci, never even presses him on it.
With the data, and that's what I was trying to do, is to always tell the truth on the basis of what the data is, and it was never deliberately something against the president. In fact, you spoke about my emails. You look at my emails, I never in the email said anything derogatory about President Trump.
Well, the true mark of someone is if they look good, even when their personal emails come out. So you pass the test that very few of us would pass. Dr. Anthony Fauci, thank you.
What in the?
It's a shame he wasn't live in studio, so she couldn't kiss him right in the mouth.
Do you know what a journalist
That'd
should have?
been a scene.
You know what a journalist should have said right there.
Thank you for the sugar.
Here's what
You know, but your sugar was problematic.
It's problematic
I hope
on
it
the
didn't
air.
give me COVID through my mask.
Listen, you know what a journalist should have said right then? Well, Dr. Fauci, with all due respect, it doesn't matter whether you said in the emails you were against Trump. You acted as if you were against Trump.
Yeah.
You had this information and you would not share it, so people are drawing a line. It must have been an agenda. You don't have to say in your emails you're anti-Trump. All we have to do is look at your actions. Apparently, you were.
Right.
Look,
now,
it
explain
really-
that to me.
listen,
That's what a journalist should have said.
It really doesn't have anything to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact
That's right.
that he had these suspicions. He knew something was wrong, and he went right along saying that there wasn't anything wrong, and I trust the Chinese, when he obviously didn't, based on these emails. He perjured himself before Congress, and that is the issue.
And that's
Not
what
Trump.
a journalist should ask. Okay,
Not
well,
Trump.
if you weren't doing it against Trump, then why did you lie to him? That'd been a good question. Why'd you perjure yourself then? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, the true mark of someone is if they look good, even when their personal emails come out. So you pass the test that very few of us would pass.
I can't even believe what I'm seeing. You know how sometimes something's worse than you even thought it was?
Yeah.
I mean, you realize we've got a guy busted on his emails that he is talking about a concern about this coming out of the Wuhan lab.
Early on, too.
That he didn't share with Congress, didn't share with oversight. As a matter of fact, it looks like misled Congress about his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
And so and don't you know they're going, hey, Fauci, a lot of people want to talk to you about your emails. I tell you what, put me on MSNBC.
Yeah, right.
That's a safe place. Keep me away from
Put
Hannity.
me over there so I can get some sugar.
She praised him on how good his emails were.
And laughed. You were so serious.
Most of us couldn't do that.
Most of us couldn't be busted like this and come out smelling like a rose. Well, he wouldn't if he weren't talking to you. We love you, Fauci. I mean, my gosh. I mean, this is not journal. I can't even.
Is if they look good, even when their personal emails come out. So
you look good even when we busted you. They got you busted. You still look good. Well, the only way he looks good is you want your soft.
Rick, I go back again. March of last year, we were telling people that we had been tipped off that this was manufactured. It was 6 or 7 steps further down the line than it should have been, which means that it had gain of function ability. And if Fauci's group was funding this, the long road home, sadly, may be the bottom line that our own tax dollars funded COVID-19, the worldwide pandemic. That may be what we're looking at.
I know that we're not supposed to have silence on air time, but let's let that sit a minute.
Wow.
When all the dots are connected, it's very possible that you, me, everyone else listening who pays taxes could have funded COVID-19 via the Chinese. I mean, think about that.
I'm just letting it sit.
Mm-hmm.
You know how sometimes you let something sit a minute?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I know that...
looks like Fauci, your bunch may have killed a lot of people, but you're amazing. Look at you coming out looking so good today because I won't press you on it.
You
Love
know,
you.
let me ask you
Love
this
you,
question,
Fauci.
too. Why in the world is the U.S. Department of, what is it? What's his group? The HIM, what is it? That he heads up. Why in the world are we giving grants to somebody in China? I mean, can China not fund that? I mean,
it's I was also, I guess I was concerned about it coming out there too when that video surfaced of somebody screaming, basically, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah.
I mean, it's loose.
Mm-hmm.
But
you remember the doctor laying in the hospital bed trying to warn everybody?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to do so, though.
How about former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was on Sean Hannity last night and said that what's also disturbing is what we're finding out from the Fauci emails he didn't even bring to the task force that was in charge in closed-door meetings.
Yeah, I mean, you see where he's testifying before Congress, but he testified in closed-door,
right.
top-secret meetings all the time, too, and apparently was not sharing his thoughts with them, too. I mean, at some point he should have said, look, guys, this may have been research that got loose. I mean, he says that in his email.
And I think probably, I will acknowledge this is speculation, by looking at how it went, it seems, yes, there is, hey, I don't want to be held accountable for this, CYA.
Right.
Okay. But there's also it looked like he was almost willing to talk about it till it became political, and then he picked a side, and picked a narrative that he said, I think this is probably a better way to go. I mean, he just absolutely lied about it. And will he be held accountable? Apparently not, because we don't really seem to do much about these things anymore in our country. Can you imagine?
Well, he still got his job, Rick.
Can you imagine if somebody like this, and of course I'm having to pull them into our current time, but apparently we do that now with history. But can you imagine somebody doing something like this to the people of America and the people of the world, and they were called into a meeting with the Founding Fathers about lying to Congress and lying under oath about something that killed a lot of people? What about when you're sitting there and you're having a little conversation with Thomas Jefferson? You look over, Benny Franklin's come in to have a word with you. And, you look around, there's John Adams.
No, I know.
How do you think they'd handle it?
Not well. Not well.
James Madison.
First off, they would their
James
mind
Madison wants to see
their mind would be blown about what we're talking about.
Well, James Madison can't even believe that we ever started doing benevolence with people's tax dollars. He couldn't even believe it.
I know. Back then,
he was
he'd get a load of that budget now, wouldn't he?
Oh, but he would have been called mean today by telling the French refugees, "Look,
good luck.
If the church wants to take care of you, that's fine. But the people's tax dollars are not used for benevolence." I'm sorry.
Right.
But think how unpopular that statement right there is now. But it was standard. You know why? He said because that'll be a problem.
Yeah.
Because then how you now you've started
you
something.
can't pay for it.
You know what you've done now? You've offered the first free T-shirt.
Yeah.
And now there's a line.
Yeah.
So what you do is just say let the private sector take care of that. That's not the government's job. It doesn't mean you don't care about people. It just doesn't come from
the
people's
right
tax.
way to handle it.
It just doesn't come from people's tax dollars. It comes from the benevolence of the citizens and the church, which is how it should have been done. And now look where we are now. And so I don't know. I don't know that. Do we care about this kind of stuff now? Because now we're so political in our country now, and our worldview is king, and nothing can get in the way of it. I think now, even finding this out about Fauci, if this is any indication, what we just saw on MSNBC, will now be everybody on the right will say it needs to be held accountable. Everybody on the left will say it's no big deal.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fauci's even already saying his emails have been taken out of context.
No, of course. You know how you can do that when you read what somebody typed. But but we'll see how it goes. But it seems like that's the way things are now, guys. There are some things that are not political. There's some things we just need to get the truth on.
Well,
you
would think. You would think.
You know what everything is now? How's this benefit, or is this negative or positive for our political view?
Yeah.
And that's
Does it move our agenda or set it back?
And you know who gets hit in that crossfire? You and me. We're just trying to make it happen. But at some point, so I don't know. We'll see where this goes. It's a very, very interesting story today, though. And then there was another one which Greg would have liked. Somebody sent me where they found also emails of Fauci discussing how everybody thinks he's fine.
Oh yeah,
I think that's not true.
No, that was he brought up the Cuomo crushes. And then
remember
Fauci.
Brad Pitt playing him on Saturday Night Live?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. As we make our way back, discussing this yesterday with someone, by the way, how interesting it can be to learn the story of your family, because the story of your family, at the end of it all, is the story of you. Ancestry.com/Bubba. When you learn something about your family history, who's the first person you want to share that with? Usually your family. So it's a great conversation to sit around and talk about. Interesting to see some of the things, because now, boy, with the technology we have now, Ancestry.com/Bubba has access to billions of records to help you learn more about the people that you come from, the lives that they led, the common ground that connects you. So if you'd like to find out more about your family's role in the history of this country, the history of the world, where you actually come from, what's your true ethnicity, Ancestry.com/Bubba. You might be surprised some of the things you find. Ancestry.com/Bubba to learn more and share the stories of your past. You can get a free trial today by using that URL. Ancestry.com/Bubba, free trial. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I understand we have another mystery.
Well, yeah, it's kind of strange. I'm a little bit perplexed. When I first got up this morning, Rick, you want to know what I knew and when I knew it.
Yes, I did.
I looked at my phone, and I had an alarm going off from our security system, and it was a water alarm.
There we go.
Water. And I looked, and it was in the master, or now as we call it, the main bathroom. And I thought, well, we had a toilet overflow. I mean, it happens. It's probably the worst toilet in the house as far as getting stopped up.
So we're not supposed to call anything master anymore.
Right, it's main. It's called main.
Oh.
And so we, I went in there. I thought, well, it overflowed, last night, and Betty must have cleaned it up or something, and so I didn't think anything about it. And I even, I looked around. I didn't see any water around the bathroom anymore, around the commode. So I thought, that's no big deal. So I go to get in the shower, and I stepped on the rug, and it was just soaked.
Oh, here we go.
And I thought, wait a minute, this is way over here on the other side. And I started looking around. I found a puddle in the floor.
Bubba.
Oh, no.
And then I pulled the big rug back we have in the middle, and it was wet up under it. And I thought, what in the world happened?
Where are we going now,
I thought
Aquaman?
we must have had a serious overflow yesterday or last night. And Betty, I was already asleep probably, and Betty didn't wake me up. So I was asking her about it this morning. She said she didn't know anything about it.
What?
So how did we have that, and how did it stop? It didn't just keep going, if that was the case.
So you have water in various places in your bathroom that you have no idea where it came from.
Right.
And it's
right.
not continuing
and
to do whatever
wet.
it was
Yeah,
doing.
it obviously quit, but I don't know where it
What
came
are your
from.
suspicions?
Maybe that in the middle, I need to check the time that the alarm went off on it.
You're not going to like my theory, by the way.
In the middle of the night, Betty must have got up and did something, and it overflowed, and it was, I don't know, it may have been jiggle the handle may have got stuck or something, I don't know, and it kept overflowing, and then it finally cleared itself. It finally said, enough, I'm out.
You're standing in toilet water?
You're not going to like my theory.
I mean, it's strange,
Yeah.
But we'll get to the bottom
You know
of
what
it
my
today,
theory
but
is?
that was weird.
Somebody broke in your house, took a shower. These weirdos do stuff like that.
What was
could still be in the attic.
What was
It's true.
the
Living there.
Somebody took a shower in there.
Let me tell you what, if they live in that attic, they are heat resistant. So we'll have to investigate that.
Let me see
That
if
was
I
just strange.
Let me see if I have it right again. The towel or thing in the floor you stand on when you're wet was
Right.
already wet.
Yes, and it's a long way from the toilet. It's
And
on the other
and
side
what
of
was
the
that
bathroom.
thing you looked under and saw?
There's a
moisture?
rug in the middle of the bathroom.
Right, you looked under it, moisture under it.
Oh yeah, you could see water up under it. You couldn't feel it walking on top of it till you rolled it back, and then you saw
Probably
it was
one
wet.
of those rubber things with the bottom couldn't get through.
Something like that, or thick enough you couldn't get to it.
Right.
Something. But it was strange. And then there was a puddle standing there, and
Where was the puddle?
On the other side of the rug. I mean, it was, and I was like, for a minute, I thought, well, there's been a dog in here and had an accident.
All right, let's say that
until everything else turned up. Wet,
Yeah.
All right, Greg's mic is the toilet. Okay.
All right.
So
No,
over here you got
you
a
mean
rug.
the control or the real mic?
No, this right here.
Okay.
The pod.
I was wondering. I'm
This-
speaking into a toilet.
This fader right here.
Right.
All right, so that's the toilet. And I'm not. I know
Right,
your
okay.
bathroom may be laid out.
Yeah.
So you walk a little way. Right here, I've got water under this rug.
That's that would be the shower.
Okay. And that's wet.
Yes.
Okay, is anything wet beyond that, or is it over here?
It's all in that area. Like the
All
fader
right
that's
here.
down would be the rug.
Okay, so this is the rug.
Yeah, the rug's in the middle, and then the puddle
And
would
here's
be
the-
where the other fader
and over
is.
here's
It's
the
pulled
toilet.
down. Right.
Well, that don't make any sense.
No,
No,
it doesn't.
it's-
It
I mean, it
doesn't.
covered a
and
lot
and,
of
and
area.
floor between rugs and all that, it's wet too.
Some-
or just the
No,
ru-
I mean there was a little puddle in one place, but
Did
the
it
rest of
seem to all revolve around the rugs and things to stand on?
Well, that's
the
where
water.
the evidence was still, other than the puddle in the
So
middle.
that
of
means
the tile
somebody
floor.
stood on those things wet. I'm telling you.
Do what?
There was somebody wet standing on
you're
them.
right.
No, it wasn't. This was more. You couldn't get it this wet by standing on it.
You don't
It
know
was
how hairy the
underneath
person
it.
was.
It was underneath
What
it.
this person could have been like
It was
hair from head
underneath
to
it.
toe.
What if you slept
No, it was water underneath it, not on top of it.
Yeah, well, that's when they moved it.
Man, it was soaked. I was like,
What if it was
"Dang."
you and you don't remember
What's
taking a
up?
shower?
Did you take a shower in the middle of the night?
No,
Don't
I
remember.
didn't. I doubt it.
What if you go to video and it's you in there taking showers?
Nah. No videos in the bathroom.
All right, Joel,
You come out with a towel on at like 1 a.m.
Joel's in Fultondale. Or as our new interns call it, Fultonville.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Last year I noticed some water in my kitchen and my tiles were cracking. I couldn't figure out why, and I thought, well, I've got a leak in my refrigerator. Well, I didn't. My bathroom was adjacent to the kitchen, and the wax ring around my toilet, it wasn't doing it all the time. Just when we flushed the toilet, the wax ring was giving out and it was pushing water around the tile. I found out too late, and I had to replace the whole tile in the kitchen, and all that good stuff cost me about $4,000. Check the wax ring on the toilet.
Don't throw around 4K in front of Speedy. That's, I mean,
Well, I had a bathroom issue too. I did not know that the pan in our shower that had a crack in it, and it got up under the tile, and it didn't just mess the tile up. The subflooring, everything had to be replaced in both bathrooms that were just on the other side of the wall from each
I
other.
don't know if y'all remember this, but you know the shower that I use every day, the main one, it actually is in a space capsule.
Yeah,
and
it's
sits off the
hanging
house.
on the side of your house.
So the
yeah.
same thing happened to me, but by the beauty of that design, all we had to do was replace the wood underneath the
Yeah.
capsule.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't keep going because it
Look
just goes
at
into the
you.
yard at that point.
You
I
could have something that
every
day.
day. Every day I take a shower like sitting out in the capsule out in the backyard.
Yeah. You're like in a shower spaceship.
Yeah.
Hanging on the side of the house.
But you're right. But if it hadn't been the case, it'd have gone on down in
Right.
everything. Kind of
All
like
right,
Bubba's
so
is doing.
if we had a star, all right, and we're just going through each scenario. One,
I got bad news on that other star, by the way. I have
You do?
terrible news on that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. One is somebody was in his house and took a shower.
Yeah, you got to consider that.
One is
Alarm would have gone off.
One is that he took a shower and can't
doesn't remember it.
right, or better.
I doubt it.
One is that he has a leak from the toilet or somewhere.
And I like
See,
this. I
I can-
like this guy's wax ring.
Right.
See, I can
I'm
verify.
going with the wax ring.
I can verify with a CPAP machine if I got up or not.
Right, that's true.
One could be the little puppies peeing everywhere.
Yeah, but you
That-
wouldn't have
that-
soaked the whole thing.
It was,
like
it was
that.
so, like
this-
squishy soaking.
We
kinda?
would, yeah. I mean, this would have had to been a herd in there soaking it.
Because if you think about what the guy's saying, I think what the guy's saying, the difference in the rugs, go check that. If one has that rubber bottom, like a lot of things that they put down that are decorative, and you get in trouble for standing on them.
Yeah.
They're just in there for no reason. Water can't really seep up into them, but the other one it can. So it could be the same problem, just different effects on two different kinds of rugs.
Yeah.
And so
That sounded so good.
Yeah. No,
Could you get to bed at that?
I don't know what
A little
happened. I'm not trying to bring attention to myself.
Such
That's
as?
just what happened.
Me and Monk will have to work on it today.
Yeah, so it
Right.
could check that. I like that wax ring theory,
Or his tiles leaking.
which goes back to the wax ring because now it's going underneath the tile.
It's underneath. It's coming up.
Yeah, it's seeping up.
Oh no.
This was a surface spill.
So you think?
Oh, what about the sink? We forgot about that.
We'll come
Well,
back.
the sink wouldn't have leaked and then stopped.
We'll take your phone calls
Wasn't wet
next.
under there.
866 We Be Big. Your phone calls coming up. More of the Rick and Bubba Show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, let's let the people talk. Come on in. Got new interns there with us. Today they're known as Nick and Mackenzie, but that won't stick. It won't be long, so they'll have their Rick and Bubba nickname, and we'll make sure that happens here in the next couple of weeks. We find a time. We name one. We do have a new one. Milli Vanilli Wafer was named yesterday. There's 5 of them to name. How about Big Nick's from Hillsdale College in Michigan? So we'll talk about that, and Mackenzie goes to the University of Alabama every day. All right, so phone calls coming in. Let's go to, well, there was a guy that's been asking about COVID tests. Now he's gone. I'm finally taking his call. He was on hold forever. Now he's gone. Let's go to Jake in Birmingham. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba, 104.7 WZZK. What's going on, buddy?
Monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you for the call.
I've got a solution to the problem. What's above Bubba's bathroom?
So what about it? Say it again.
Above Bubba's bathroom.
Above it, Bubba.
What's above the bathroom? Is there another room, or is it just roof line?
It is attic space, roof line.
Did it rain in Birmingham last night?
I don't know.
It did,
Yeah, a little bit.
It
Just
did.
depends on where you would live.
Yeah, there was some scattered stuff.
Anyway, I found this problem because I just so happened to catch it, but I was in the bathroom one time and heard this dripping and looked up, and we had a leak in the roof, and the leak was coming down the vent and following the bathroom vent coming through, so you never saw it in the sheetrock, but it was hitting the floor.
Yep, I've heard of that.
Yep, that's
probably what happened.
That or either I thought about an interdimensional traveling swamp monster.
Yeah, we've had several theories
that's how I got
here.
by the alarm.
They range from the bathroom, the toilet actually leaking, to interdimensional swamp monster.
Because they're wet,
right? And left water, and then zoomed out.
Right. Probably sat in the
Beamed
bath.
out.
Probably sat in the bath there for a little bit. I checked that.
Do you just have Stegall on speed dial? Is that what you do?
Oh yeah. Let's
Better
go.
call. We check in every week.
Let's go to Gadsden, Alabama, Z93. Mark standing by. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, dude, have you checked the P-trap in the sink?
Oh, the P-trap.
What's it called?
Not yet.
Because you said it didn't leak all the time. So what the P-trap is, of course, is a drain that has a compression fit typically, and sometimes that kind of comes loose, and when that P-trap fills up, the water can come out the top of it. And I had the same issue in my kitchen. It took me about a week to figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know that we would run enough water in the sink at any time to do that. And I don't know why it flooded then stopped. That's why it makes me think toilet.
Swamp monster came, left.
But it seemed like he would have left like a leaf.
I know,
or a
you seem like
vine
you
or
see a little
something
vegetation.
somewhere.
Do you think it watched you sleep?
Rarely
or
do
just
they come
came
out of
in
the
and
swamp without some vegetation on it.
Always. Well, that's part of the cover.
A couple of these theories that they're throwing out, I think, may be worth investigating.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever took your shower, you think they saw that CPAP you were wearing and was like, what's that?
No. He travels through dimensions. I mean,
okay.
See, he's seen CPAP before Bubba did.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. We go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan standing by. Jordan, what's up, buddy?
Morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good. Good.
Listen, I know exactly what happened to Bubba's bathroom.
What happened?
All right, I'm calling Tic Tac.
Oh, yeah.
So
UFO?
I don't live that far from Bubba, and they were all over my house.
I'm telling you, they showed up. They were trying to haul the bussies up, and Bubba busted loose. He remembered the movie Signs with Mel Gibson, where the aliens were the water was deadly to him. He went in the bathroom, started trying to splash them off. They retreated, but before they retreated, they did the old Men in Black memory flash thing, and they don't remember any of it.
Yeah,
and that's a possibility.
Yeah, apparently I get hit with that memory flash about every day on some level.
Let's go to Janie. Janie got a call. Janie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Good talking to y'all.
It's our pleasure.
See you every day.
Didn't expect you to be a dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of those unisex names.
Understood.
You asked about a P-trap, why they call it a P-trap?
Yes.
So the P-trap goes from underneath the sink, makes a little loop, and then goes into the wall, and that makes like a P shape.
Understood.
And then an S-trap makes the loop and then goes through the floor, and that loop's got to hold water, or you'll get a sewer smell.
I got you. I didn't. That makes sense. I thought it had something to do with relieving yourself, and I have done that in the sink on a tight, but it's very rare.
Sewer smell.
It happens. Very, 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 very rare. It happens.
How about that sewer smell? That's good, isn't it?
North Carolina checking in. I'm sorry, North Carolina, I can't see your name. Go ahead. Yeah, that's you, buddy. Go ahead.
And then HVAC drain pan. Does he have the HVAC in his attic?
I do. It's not right there, but I do. And it has it has an alarm in it too.
Sir, are you under rubble? Did you fall?
Are you in a mine?
A bunch of metal shelves falling.
Some of us are working today.
Yeah, but well, it sounded like you failed when we first answered. Then I think, are you now under the rubble?
I heard a 6-foot aluminum ladder fall over.
I did too. That's it. Mr. McDeasy at his best.
Oh, that's great. So yeah, he said, "Hey, thank you, buddy."
So we're gonna have to look high and low.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely think you're gonna have to cut into the wall and figure it out.
Don't be.
Yeah, when I text Betty, I thought she was gonna say, "Oh yeah, toilet overflowed last night."
You really needed that, didn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
And I cleaned it up, so I didn't get it off.
Yeah, I know.
Lisa is in Dothan, 103.9 News Talk 103.9. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hey guys, this is not a political statement. I'm not speaking from left or right, but what do y'all think of the fact that they lied about the mask because they didn't want people to hoard them? Well, haven't we seen that happen with the toilet paper, with the gasoline, with everything? I mean, what would have been a better way for them to handle it? Because we all know, by the way people have behaved, that they would have hoarded them masks. And believe me, I am not a Democrat. I'm just saying.
I understand your question, and it's a fair question.
Yeah, and Bubba kind of covered it.
I don't know how you can prevent that, but I do know this. If you get to the right thing by telling everybody a lie, they're not going to believe you the next time.
Yeah.
I don't have the answer for that.
Here's what I would have done. Here's how I would have handled it. Okay, and I understand, Lisa, that some of this, people just can't. What Bubba said is right, and that's why it's important. I would have said this, and this is a bizarre concept. I would have said, "Hey, thank you for joining me tonight. I have our Surgeon General here." By the way, they got rid of him quick, didn't they? We never heard from him again. Yeah. But anyway,
the guy from Louisiana.
After his mask comment, we never heard from him again. When the mask narrative changed, we just act like he never said the first one. So anyway, I would say here's our situation. The people that are on the front lines of this virus, we still don't know how contagious it is or isn't, but since we're in the early stages of it, it has not gone all across our country yet, and if this starts happening, we're going to catch up. But right now, the frontline medical workers need these masks. They are facing this virus on a daily basis, and we don't have enough of them for everybody yet. Okay, so we're going to give those to the medical teams, and then we're going to start production. Use all of our entrepreneurs in this country. We'll catch up. We'll keep researching the mask. But right now, most of you are not facing people who have the virus. They are. So we need them to have it first, and we will get the supplies called up where if it's needed for the public, you'll have access to them too. So please work with us on this.
No, they still would have hoarded them, but at least you would have been honest about it.
There you go. Now they can't come back. So he lied about it. Yeah. Of course, then we find out in the email that if you were just buying the run-of-the-mill mask, it wasn't protecting you anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Well, none of us really knew the difference in a N95 or whatever.
Right.
Then at that point.
Let's go to Jeremy in Florida. Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Speedy threw out the theory that it may be Bubba's puppy. Is this a new puppy?
We do have a fairly new puppy, and we have one other dog. But I'm telling you, they couldn't drag buckets of water in to this level.
But Bubba, you don't know if they identify as a Russian racehorse or not.
That is a good one. That's good. That's good
a
stuff.
Russian
Right?
racehorse. That's good.
By the way, does anybody dare me to get the Babylon Bee shirt? I identify as vaccinated. I think we ought to come up.
Try that at the airport. See how it goes.
How about this? I think we should get one that says I have organic free range antibodies.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, I do like that.
Because we do.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll do the top of the hour break. We'll come back and we'll continue. Wheel of Meat still in play today and tomorrow. It'll happen either today or tomorrow. So stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. Somebody say Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, 27 years we've been at it. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Things you need to know. We'll record another edition of Rick and Bubba University today. And we'll go back in time. Former intern Firestone will be our guest. You also know him as Dr. Lou. We'll interview him, and he's also put out, which we announced yesterday, Bubba and I are honored to be part of the project. He's got a brand new devotional for men called United for Victory. 42 different devotions from 42 different men on 42 different topics. And if you do the pre-order, which we had in show notes yesterday, Bubba, along with Lance and me, we will sign it. So if you want to do that, you can respond to that. But we'll talk about that in the podcast today, too. On the road tonight, Winfield, Alabama, the home of Mule Day. Be there tonight at Winfield Baptist Church, Man Church. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. And how about this? We'll actually be trying to record this message that we'll be using and make another resource available to you at themanchurch.com tonight. So young Broderick and I will be working together on that. I'll have to work a little bit for Broderick tonight.
So really?
Yeah, he's got a crew coming. He's got his gear, and they're going to be shooting that tonight. So all of us come into Winfield. That's why Broderick and I got to go to Winfield last Friday and do a little, get there, check it out, check the room out, all that kind of stuff. And then Friday night, Opp, Alabama, the Men of Opp. Your second Man Church, as you're rolling through the curriculum, Mark Garnett coming to Westview Baptist on Friday night. All those details can be found either at rickandbubba.com under events or themanchurch.com under events. So that's going on this week. So, Bubba, were you a little surprised by the Coach K story today?
Well, I mean, he's the winningest coach in Division I history. It had to come to an end sometime, but he has announced he is stepping down at the end of the season.
Yep, so this should be, can you imagine this goodbye?
Wow.
Rick, check the numbers out, okay? His team has won the national championship. Is it 4 or 5 times?
I think 4 national titles.
Five national championships, 12 Final Four appearances. He has won, Rick, 1,170 games, which is the most in men's college basketball history. Amazing record.
Yeah, and Helmsy gave it a little background on him, which I thought was very interesting in the kickoff hour. And this is a story we've heard before, from other very successful people and coaches, players, where somebody early on in they got off to a little bit of a rocky start, and people wanted to can them, and somebody stepped in and said, "Hey, you know what? I believe in this guy." And now sometimes I think we're a little shoot, ready, aim on firing of coaches sometimes. So I think somebody should be given their shot, and if they're not producing, you have every right to fire them. But sometimes we're so quick. You look back, didn't you say that he had 3 subpar seasons?
Yeah, his first 3 seasons. Matter of fact, his third year, and there's a 30 for 30 on it. He was on the chopping block. Like they were wanting to fire him, and only a couple guys said, "Hey, we're with you on this thing. Keep doing what you're doing. We believe in you." And look what's happened over the course of this career. And I heard a similar story earlier last week in regards to Dabo Swinney. He kind of thought the same thing his first couple of years. Yep. He actually walked in his office thinking he was about to be fired, told his wife, "Hey, look, this is all going to work out. God's got us. We're gonna be able. I don't know where we're going yet." I mean, he had taken it that far.
Wow.
That he was, and the guy, the SID, not the SID, the athletic director and the president just looked him in the eyes and said, "We believe in you. Keep doing what you're doing." And look, how many of those stories are out there that we never got to see because they fired them knee-jerk third year?
Greg, help me remember what year it was, but when Clemson had started to get good, they were back in a bowl game. And wasn't it West Virginia that hung 80 points on them in the bowl game? It was a total breakdown.
I think it was West Virginia.
And a lot of people thought he was going to be fired.
Was it after
probably that year?
Was it Virginia Tech?
I think it was West Virginia when they had that real good quarterback, or it may have been Virginia Tech. I don't know, but didn't they get hung 80 on them in the bowl game?
Yeah,
I mean
it was a lot of points.
And they had just lost to the rival to South Carolina, I think, pretty bad, they let it get away from them or something, and it was he was convinced he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So
wow. Do you remember who the defensive coordinator was?
Yeah, I do. Can't remember his name now. Kevin Steele.
Yeah. Ended up at Auburn and ended up having a good career there and still going. But boy, that was a dark day.
Where's Kevin Steele now?
Didn't he go to Tennessee and then wasn't he the interim there and then get let go when they changed all that?
So.
I don't remember.
I think so.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he went from being the interim coach at Auburn and the interim coach at Tennessee and then unemployed all in 30 days, I think.
Really?
If I remember that right.
He is actually, this says, is this right? Yeah, interim head coach at, well, that can't be right. Interim head coach at Tennessee?
Yeah, we just talked about
Yeah,
that.
he was, but
That's the last thing he had.
Yeah. So he's not doing anything right now.
Heupel's
Wow.
He is.
Greg, we know who the coach Tennessee is.
Evidently, you don't.
Back to Coach K.
Whatever happened to their head coach? Where's he at now?
Who, Pruitt? I don't know.
Anybody know where Pruitt is now?
Probably living off that payoff.
Is he taking that cash and heading to the lake?
That's what I'd be doing.
Greg brought up
Ray Goff. I'll never forget Ray Goff ever.
Yeah, Ray Goff is the greatest success story ever.
Greg brought up an interesting
York
point
Giants.
on the Bobby Knight documentary.
Pruitt's at the Giants. Huh.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that? What'd you say?
That he brought up an interesting topic about Bobby Knight, and he was at Army when Coach K came and was an assistant under him, and which has got us into talking about Bobby Knight. But imagine that coaching staff.
Well, didn't one time, Bubba, you tell me that they had Parcells and Knight at the same military academy?
Yes.
Picture that.
Parcells was the football coach, and Bobby Knight was the basketball coach.
How'd you like to be athletic director right there?
And that was at Army, right?
Hands full.
Wasn't that at Army?
I think. Yeah,
I think so.
How would you like to be that coach there? Can you imagine that wild run?
What was it, your athletic director? Were you bars and
So hey, I got to go talk to Coach Parcells and Coach Knight today.
I got to
go lay the law down.
And I bet they're enthusiastic about my feedback. Gosh, can you imagine? But yeah, Coach K, that's one.
Coach K.
Somebody said, and I may not be. I guess you may be wrong. Said he wanted to he just got to the point that he wanted to kind of spend more time with Urban Meyer.
Yeah,
So,
that's
all right.
exactly what it is. They're hell.
Stop.
Well, look, everything has an end date on it.
Well,
And but that last season, I mean,
that was ugly.
it was and weird. You know, when teams that are always good aren't good, it's weird to me.
Yeah.
And but trying it one more time. So
How delusional were we when COVID? The seasons started with COVID, and everybody had all these hard, decisions to make, and all this stuff, and we're like, man, they'll probably give all these coaches a pass on their record and how they produced through COVID.
True.
Now this is a different situation. He's announcing his retirement in his neck, but just
but
boy, there was a lot of coaches let go.
Can I tell you who
after
ruined
COVID
that? Can I tell you who ruined that?
Yeah.
It's just like we talked to Henry Cho. He said, if you're someone who's Asian and you walk into a classroom, the rest of the people in the class go, well, there goes the grading curve. You know who ruined all that? Nicholas Saban. Mm-hmm. He ruined that for everybody because nobody can say, well, man, what about COVID? They go, what about Saban? He went undefeated. So he ruined the curve.
I guess he did.
Yeah, he did. Everybody says COVID was hard. Apparently not for Nicholas Saban.
By the way,
how did he get through it and y'all couldn't?
The game I was talking about, Clemson lost to West Virginia in the 2021 Orange Bowl 70-33. And it wasn't that close.
No, I remember that.
In what year?
2012.
Yeah, you said 2021, which is impossible.
I'm sorry, 2012.
Look, you're a number inverter.
Yeah,
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
More than sunshine.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, it's 20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is there. Uh-oh.
The wheel of meat keeps on turning.
It's Wheel of Meat.
Ooh, if I don't win today, then tomorrow.
It's Wheel of Meat.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning. Whoa.
Let's go with it.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. It's been illuminated. The lights bring sheer joy to people all over the world as they look into this wheel that is loaded with meat. You could win free meat from our friends at harryanddavid.com. You could win beautiful bouquets of flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. You could win a great prize from Dan Moultrie and the wonderful folks at Pradco with a Moultrie prize today. Rick and Bubba items from the Rick and Bubba store spread across the wheel. A delicious pound of BuzzBox coffee on the wheel. A subscription to Blaze TV on the wheel. But there are potential pitfalls. As a matter of fact, I just saw the famous Pippet scene from Jaws night before last. I saw Pippet. Pippet's on the board. That means you're eaten by Jaws. Can't have nothing means you don't win anything. I mean, how you can't eat them? And then Henry the horse is on the wheel.
Should we have the new intern spin just so they get familiar with the process?
Do we need both of them to do that, Speedy? Do you think their first time, both of them on? Let's leave both of them in there today, Bubba. They're having to gather prizes and get this. We'll do that when they get.
Speedy's hoarding spinning the wheel.
Yeah, well, he's a great spinner. I mean, you know, this is just added to the multiple talents that Speedy has. For number one physical human.
Bubba, I just made a big speech in the commercial break where I was excited to be back out here with y'all, and you just tried to put me back in there.
Yeah.
I just thought it would be a nice introduction.
Let's start deep in the heart of Texas. Let's go to Donna in the great state of Texas. Donna, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. All right, let's see what the wheel does here today, Bubba. The Avengers pinball machine lit up, showing excitement, enjoying. Hand of truth, a big thumbs up. Donna! Yeah! Moultrie! View it! All right, so Speedy's giving me the signal that you have just won a 30-gallon Pro Magnum tripod feeder, a feed station, feed power panels that Kamala Harris says will now be in the knapsack of all of our Marines, especially the women. 6-volt rechargeable battery, a $350 value from Moultrie. Congratulations, Donna from Texas.
Whoa.
Thank you.
You're
welcome. All right, so let's put you on hold. We'll get all your information. Now, they're new interns in there, so you have a good phone. Speak clearly, give them the information they need, but handle them with care, okay?
Okay, thank y'all. God bless y'all.
You too, Donna. Thank you. All right, let's go.
He had the wireless mic in there.
Was that what that was?
I started saying, did Speedy just go to her house? It seemed like
pull a naked gun.
I could hear him coming through her phone.
My bad.
Patrick in the great state of Kentucky. Bubba has apologized to the state of Kentucky today. Patrick, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Oh, did he go English?
It's the change-up.
Oh, little English. Greg, what you're doing now? Oh, man, I just brought it up. That's on me right there. I'm Mojo. Pippet. I'm so sorry, Patrick. You were eaten by Jaws. Sorry, buddy.
No.
Sorry. Has anybody seen Pippet? Let me tell you, when you see that piece of wood,
What was that?
that piece of wood. Well, it's like with these drums. You know how when you're like storming the beach at Normandy, and there's so many things firing at you.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's
You
a
don't know
wheel
what to believe.
spinning. There's drums playing. There's people screaming and hollering. It's like.
Yeah, brother, don't blame that on the drums.
Greg, it's like you're just playing so much now. I mean, you just play a little bit. It's a lot.
You're giving the people what they want.
It's a lot, Greg. When that piece of wood is floating out there in the water and Pippet's gone, it's not good. You know it. Hey, bad things are coming.
That is a piece of wood.
A piece of wood. Let's go to the great city of Huntsville in the great state of Alabama.
Huntsville.
Where Kim is standing by. She's on 100.3 The River. Kim, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
There you go. Well, that's the hardest spin Speedy's done in a couple years right there. That's it.
I'm glad he didn't hit the floor and roll to Georgia.
That's right. Let it roll to Georgia. All right, let's see what happens. Come on. Come on.
No way.
Come on, Kim.
How's that possible?
Yeah, good. Flowers, 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 smell it. All right, so Kim, would you like 2 dozen multicolored roses, 2 dozen red roses, or vibrant summer lilies?
Summer lilies.
All right, summer lilies it is. All right, we put you on hold, 1-800-Flowers.com. We'll send that right to you, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. We stay, let's go to Mississippi. Chris is standing by in the great state of Mississippi. Chris, how you doing today, buddy?
Well, I'm doing wonderful.
Well, say hello to your fellow Mississippian.
Hello, Mississippi. Good morning.
And what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Reverse spin. It's a reverse spin.
Uh-oh.
It is a reverse spin. Make Chris a little nervous. Make Chris a little nervous.
Poultry.
Let's go. You're close, Chris. You almost called your shot. Meat it is. The wheel's namesake, Chris. You just won meat from our friends at harryanddavid.com. Let's put you on hold and look for that $50 coupon coming to your email, and you pick out whatever meat you want, okay?
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Hey, Chris, thank you for checking the show out and supporting what we do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, bro. Let's go. All right, let's go to Florence, WLAY. Christy is standing by. Christy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, doing real good. So how long you been listening to the show?
Oh, probably since it started.
Oh, that's what we got to hear. All right, go ahead. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Bubba, he went over to a left-handed spin.
He's giving us
We're added
a different look.
A different look for all the Democrats out there. We spin from the left. All right, let's see what happens. All right, come on. Yeah. Meat. Now meat's just flowing off the wheel now. It's just flowing off the wheel. Here we go. Somebody say. Can you imagine if you're a vegan and you're listening to the show right now what this feels like? They're spinning a wheel of meat.
It's like blankets just fell on me, wet blankets.
For the vegans out there, the wheel of dead animals.
Yep.
All right, so let's put you on hold, and we'll get your information, and then look for harryanddavid.com to send you an email with your $50 gift card to get yourself some meat, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for listening to the show. There it is. All right, so wheel of meat is done. Interns seem to have fared okay in there. They look a little gun-shy, but I think they handled it. Congratulations to the winners today. We only had one person that didn't win, so a load of winners. Did have one pipit. Jaws took one out, but overall it was all winners, Bubba. Only one loser today.
Congratulations. Even a left-handed spin got a winner.
It did.
Or what we call there's a stranger in the house.
Or what we call the Democratic spin because somebody got something for nothing. And it was done with with just the spin of a wheel. Well, bottom of the hour.
We got a story coming up you ain't going to believe.
What?
You ain't going to believe.
All right. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. I do want to point you to allform.com/Bubba. Man, I love this company. And I love the piece of furniture that we got from them and plan on getting more. Summer season's here. Being comfortable in our home is important. New couch, new chair, new sofa for the family room, living room. Even maybe if you have a lake house or you're fortunate enough to have that or a beach house. And it's a great idea because they ship the furniture right to the location. It's all outstanding, high quality, handmade in America furniture. They have armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, all at affordable prices. And I like that it's all customizable and ships right to the door. They'll even send you the fabrics to look at. You pick them. They're all stain resistant, kid resistant, pet resistant. They're made there in North Carolina. You just pick the fabric, the color, the leg types that you want, plus sofa sizes and shapes. And then they make sure that it's perfect for the home where it will dwell, or maybe the office where it will be. So if you'd like to find out more about their armchairs, the love seats, all the way up to an 8-seat sectional sofa that Greg is happy to move into a small space if you need him to. You're really not locked into anything because you can start small, then buy more pieces if you want to. And they give you a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So you can just, if you try it, we think you're going to love it, but you're not stuck with it if you don't like it. So they give you an opportunity to actually try it in your home, your office, wherever it may be. So go to allform.com/Bubba, save 20% off anything, and remember it ships right to your door. And a forever warranty, that's the quality we're talking about. That's allform.com/Bubba to save 20% off anything you buy. And also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, you promoed going to the break.
Rick, you're not going to believe this, and I know what you're going to say, but bear with me. Do you remember the USFL, the 1980s football experiment?
Of course I do.
It made famous names like Herschel Walker, Steve Young, Reggie White, and yes, one Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It is being resurrected and will play again in the spring of 2022 with its broadcast partner, Fox Sports.
Oh.
The new USFL announced the plan today, promising a minimum of 8 teams and at least a few of them with original team names that harken back to the heyday of hair metal and the Soviet Union.
Let me ask you this.
I'm speechless. I'm completely speechless.
So you're saying
I have no comment.
This XFL they had going that got shut down by the pandemic, remember that one?
Yeah.
They're scrapping that, and it's a total reboot. They're just not bringing those teams back?
This is the USFL, and they're
saying...
the
USFL.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought XFL.
They're resurrecting the thing from the 80s.
Yeah, USFL.
They're not going to draft.
SFL.
Remember back then they drafted against
that's
NFL.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah, all these big names that went to the USFL, as we've said on the show, of all the ridiculous attempts to do spring football, it's the one that was the most legit. It looked like
had big name players, Jim Kelly,
launched in '83. The original USFL made a big splash by signing big name talent like Herschel Walker, Young, White. Rosters also included Heisman Trophy winner Mike Rozier, Doug Flutie, as well as Buffalo Bills Hall of Famer QB Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
It also had contracts with ABC and ESPN.
Oh, it was I remember going to the Stallions games a couple times. They had Joe Cribbs.
Yeah.
Cliff Stout was quarterback.
Yep.
Reggie Collier.
The league struggled financially almost from the beginning and was scrapped in 1986 after an antitrust lawsuit against the NFL failed to deliver
Donald Trump.
Massive judgment in the USFL's favor.
That was a Donald Trump thing.
If you remember, the court actually ruled in the USFL's favor, but then only awarded them $1.
I know.
Which didn't make any sense.
All right. I'm just doing this for therapy, okay? Bubba just read to us from history that it had financial problems almost from the very beginning and struggled and went out of business. Why do they think they can bring it back again and the same thing won't happen? Somebody, please help me. Help me. And then whatever happened, I thought the XFL was coming back.
Yeah.
Is it not coming back?
I don't have that in this story.
Because, they were kind of trying, and the pandemic messed them up.
Yeah, I had not heard,
I heard
anything.
Birmingham Iron was coming back.
I hadn't heard anything about this prior to this story. And, Rick, I even started looking to be sure we had the right date on this.
Are you sure this is right?
It says
to frustrate me. I don't. What is this?
There appears to be interest and pressure to have a football league in the spring, but no one can seem to make it happen financially, that it will work out. This XFL thing was the biggest joke, the last one they had.
AFL?
No, AFL.
American Football League?
Where week
Not
one,
AFL,
they're
something
already
like that.
in financial trouble and have to have somebody come in and bail them out who completely changed what they were trying to do. I mean, that was crazy. And the people who put that together were supposedly smart people, but then they couldn't get the bank loan they needed, or they were told they had a line of credit and it fell through on them or something. But those people are smart. I mean, they're big money contract guys. How in the world do you do that?
That
you go
was
into it and don't
bizarre.
have your line of credit secure?
And it wasn't called the AFL because that's the one that they got brought into the NFL and became the AFC. It was called what?
Well, it was something like that.
American something, wasn't it?
League of Football?
The League of American Football or something.
Something like that. See, we don't even remember.
I mean, they went to all that trouble and they had their teams, and that was just weird.
Well, this is the thing I don't get.
So we have a chance for another spring football league to go belly up.
So Birmingham will be in the mix again, probably.
They said, let's see here, said that several of the original teams and team names will make it back. And they're not saying these are the teams, but they're saying, where have you gone? Pittsburgh Maulers, Memphis Showboats, and Oklahoma Outlaws.
Yeah.
Houston Gamblers.
Birmingham Stallions.
Birmingham Stallions.
New Jersey Generals.
New Jersey Generals.
That was a big one.
The Philadelphia Stars, and they were really good.
Well, LA Express won the whole thing. You know who the quarterback was?
That was
XFL. Rick.
XFL.
Oh my gosh! See what I mean?
Remember, Steve Young got that unbelievable contract,
$40 million,
but it was spread out. It really, in the end, they say it didn't look. It wasn't what it appeared to be.
I can't even remember all these teams now.
But you're right now. Tommy Maddox was the quarterback for LA Galaxy when they won the XFL, and then he went and played for the Steelers for a few years.
So the LA Express was the team in the USFL.
Yeah,
right?
that was
Steve Young.
Steve Young,
right?
Big contract.
Yeah.
Because, like I said,
I
they would
always
go
thought
and get a lot of these NFL type players. They were going head to head.
Yeah, well, look, after the league folded, several of them went on to big careers, like Jim Kelly. I always thought the New Jersey Generals had a good look. That was a good looking uniform.
And if you remember, I may be wrong. At the time, you couldn't come out early for the NFL, but they took Herschel as a junior.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so he could come out.
Yeah, if those of you that don't remember that, picture like the players that would be everybody would be predicting like first round players, and a spring football league got them, signed them.
Yeah,
I mean
they went for the big bucks, early.
But anyway, it just I don't understand this.
Well, how do they? Again, business plan. How is it going to work when all these others didn't make it?
What's different?
I mean, what's different than the last two? We've had two that went under recently.
Yeah. Here's what I want us to do right now. We're going to go to the break, and you got some time. I would like for Team Rick and Bubba to come back, and we're going to be given the unwinnable professional spring football league, and we're going to say, here's how we could win with it.
Whew. Rick, I don't know if it's possible.
Can you think of anything?
Now, once again, though, it's staying in the spring. We got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know.
That's what everybody keeps trying, so we have to fix a problem nobody can fix.
Okay.
Why people keep trying it? Do people just say, I got money I need to lose? I mean, I don't even.
Well, there's obviously some pressure.
I don't understand it.
Because there's interest in spring football. But is it enough to support a league, and at what level?
What if somebody tried to go head-to-head in the fall?
Hey, guys, listen to me. Apparently not.
Well, let me ask you this. They've tried.
It's like somebody said, Rick, did you think this will work? What do you mean? I think it's already been tried several
like
times. It doesn't. I know it doesn't.
The XFL originally tried to change some things to make it more attractive. They did try to do something different as far as some of the rules and different things like that. But
when it comes to the players, would they be better? Because we've tried this, get big name players for big bucks, first time. What if they went with a lower paycheck and just people who wanted to play? And then develop because you're looking at less talented offensive players, so you'd have less talented defensive players, but it'd still be a good football game. Like we go and watch a high school game, it's good.
All right, when I sit down at the table, let me tell you the first thing I'm bringing to the table. One of our teams will start Tim Tebow at quarterback.
and
that's the first thing, and it's demanded. It has to.
And Rick, we can bank on Trent Richardson coming back. He's playing the Mexican League as we speak. We can bank on him coming back.
Right. And you know what? I'm gonna
put Kaepernick in there.
I'm gonna tell Kaepernick whatever team you want, you can play. Now, he'll turn me down and then say that he's a victim.
See, I think that's the key. Tebow and Kaepernick are going to turn you down.
I guarantee Cap a starting position.
And Johnny Manziel's going to turn you down too.
Manziel's in.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so we in the break, I realized that everybody on Team Rick and Bubba would rather be given the task of another professional football league, not a spring league. Everybody on the team, Bubba, I hadn't heard from you, wants to move. They want the option to leave spring. They say spring is the place where an attempt to compete with the NFL goes to die. They want to do what Trump was trying to do. You know, Trump was saying this. We have a good product here, but if we want it to last, we need to go against the NFL head-to-head in football season. One of the things that was discussed, there's never the only minor league football league that we have that functions is college football.
That's why this has never been successful. Right there.
So should there be a minor league football league that says we're minor league football? We play in the fall. We're not the NFL. We're a feeder program to the NFL. We play in the fall too, and we try to garner some fan base like minor league baseball does, because some of their markets, that's the team everybody gets fired up about.
Well, I think we have to ask this first. What is the real goal here? The USFL under Donald Trump was to merge with the NFL, and that's what they were trying to force by playing in the fall and with this lawsuit. They thought they were going to get a huge judgment, and then they were going to agree to merge with the NFL. Thus, the people who were owners in the USFL would now have NFL teams, which would make them much more valuable. I think that was their goal.
Like the AFL did.
Right. Because we've seen that happen before with the American Football League.
Yep. And in basketball.
Which became the American Football Conference.
And basketball, ABA.
Basketball did too.
Yeah, they took a couple of the teams. They didn't take all of them. That's how we got the Nets. But
and the 76ers.
Yeah, a lot of those teams. So I think first off, you have to decide, what are we really wanting to accomplish here? Are we wanting to have a football team, a league that stands on its own legs? Do we want to be a minor league team? Do we want to get good enough to force the NFL to deal with us on some level? I think that's what you got to decide.
The NFL is so financially sound. They got so much money.
Yeah.
Like I said, the USFL and what AFL did, they said, hey, we're going after the same players you're going after. We're going to compete the same time of year you play. Well, now the USFL didn't. They were trying to. But you remember, they would draft. You could get drafted by both leagues, and they would start bidding for you, and you go play.
So you've got two juggernauts you're having to deal with if you go football route, if you're picking a sport to try to do something different. The NFL, as Greg's talking about, and NCAA football. I don't know any other two sports that are two bigger entities in sports than those two.
So let me ask y'all this, okay? I understand what we're trying to do, but let me just ask you a just straightforward question, okay? Is it just wrong to think that people's football appetite isn't being fed? Isn't it being fed? Aren't people eating football?
I got a lot of football.
I got the NFL. And I've got the NCAA college. I don't care about it.
And the NCAA college covers all kinds of big schools, small schools. You got
do you think there's enough players though that have the talent between college and the NFL that can't make the roster to where they could put a pretty good product on the field?
Yeah, and we've tried that.
It's going on in basketball. Yeah. So if you look at
but a lot more people playing football though.
You're right.
Yeah. But the problem is this: we know for a fact, and I don't know why we want to ignore facts. The XFL was able to get skilled players that were as good, but they could not get offensive linemen.
Right.
And their skilled players
they didn't make it a priority.
The skilled players got killed by because here's the one thing that you don't want to play behind. An offensive line made up of offensive linemen that didn't get offered anything by the NFL. Now you have subpar offensive linemen, because remember, there's only one person that gets to play quarterback. So, there's more of those laying around that go, I'd like to be starting for somebody. But offensive linemen, the good ones have jobs. And
the good ones that can't make the roster, they're on the practice squads.
Right.
So
are those the guys you could attract over, the practice squad guys?
You better have some money, and you better have some sponsors, because those practice squad guys, they get a nice little check.
What league was it where they had the NFL team that the player was linked to on the back of the helmet?
Yeah, that was the World.
That was a World.
The one with the Birmingham Fire and all them.
Which would be kind of like the minor league baseball, where each organization feeds to a certain team. What if you had players that would feed to a certain team in the
They tried
NFL
that.
that's playing
Well,
the other team?
They tried that.
You know, it was here, and then it was strictly in Europe. At first, it was some here and some in Europe. Then it went strictly Europe, and it was your player was assigned to
Yeah,
like
like you would say, like if I play,
because they'd have the emblem, like you said, of the NFL team on their jersey.
the Rhine Fire, and
Yeah.
here's where they took the fire logo then.
Yeah.
and then
The
you had-
London Monarchs.
Yeah, you had the Monarchs, and you
Barcelona
had the
Dragons.
Amsterdam. What were they? I can't remember, but it was. So it's kind of been tried. I'm not so sure that we're trying to create a market for which there is not enough demand.
I'm with you on that.
But apparently, the people who start these think there's enough demand. There's enough demand for the people that want to start a league.
But there's not enough demand that you can have a budget that can compete.
Well, you know why?
Because USFL had a budget at the time. It didn't pan out that they were competing with NFL on salaries.
Do you change the rules to the point that it's almost a different game to draw in people?
We've tried that too. Yeah, I mean, only thing
Football's a pretty good product.
The only thing
on
I
its
could
own.
think, I think that is one of the problems. You're going against a product that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think the problem that something you might could do is take a banana ball deal and get 4 teams, call it some traveling circus. And you have some version of football that's more like Death Race 2000.
Okay.
Or,
like if you step on the numbers, something opens up and a tiger comes out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or how about this? I'm coming around the end, and the defensive end just comes up and karate chops me right through the throat.
Okay.
And it becomes all out. Just a
gladiator type
a gladiator war. We're still trying to get to the end zone, but you can do anything to stop me.
One of the rules I like to see
and
changed.
I can do anything to get there.
One of the rules I think would be good is that everybody's eligible for a pass. Anybody can go out. You'd have a guard screen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Bring
about
the center
with
sneak
centers
back.
running the same route
Picture
right up
this.
the middle.
Great, picture this. I would still keep up with offsides because you don't want that.
Yeah.
But I would say this. You have to get wherever you get the ball, you got to get to the other end zone, and you can do anything to get there, and they can do anything to stop you.
That'd be pretty good.
And when
That's very Thunderdome-like.
Yeah.
huh?
There'll be a lot of players left, but it would
No,
be
right.
a
Yeah.
lot.
No.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
You watch a highlight and somebody. Then we have to do rules. Somebody comes. All right, now last week a defensive back shot the guy. What do you think about that? And I'd go. All right, all right, let's do this. No guns.
Right.
And you just
Yeah.
start working your way out.
But
what do you think about the guy that pulled the machete? No, I think we keep that.
Yeah. They got pads on.
arena football has seemed to find, a fan base. I
Yeah,
think
but
in some of these
it's
different
dwindled
markets.
down to.
It's dwindled
it
down to
used be a
Keyville.
big. Now it's just
Yeah.
not very.
But I'm just saying,
You know
I
where
wonder,
they
I wonder
play
if you
now?
could
Keyville.
I understand, but what if you combined a little bit of that with,
Does Gene Simmons' team still
more of a
exist in
traditional
LA, the
game?
Kiss?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Bon Jovi had a team.
Yeah, I don't think any of them still. You remember you had
Gene
Arena
Simmons?
League 1, Leader League 2, or something. You had Steel Dogs.
Sure.
I just don't. I think this is. I don't. Do people just love to lose money? Do people like? Is there people out there that says, I tell you what I like is banging my head against a cement wall till it bleeds?
Yeah, who looks at these leagues and go, guys, this is our
have y'all-
ticket. We're
have
going
y'all
to make
seen
some
our
really good
country?
money.
Have y'all seen the country we're living in, the decisions that are being made,
But you just
the
seem
thought
like-
process that people go through?
Yeah, I don't-
This doesn't surprise me at all.
Guys, there's been people with lots of money. There's been people with incredible marketing ideas. There's been people with TV deals, and they all failed.
Do you think they do you think they have a mindset of we can just live at the bottom of the funnel and just kind of we're not going to be as successful as the NFL, but there's money to
There's
be made?
a lot of delusional people out there. A lot of
Do
them.
you realize what kind of payroll a league has? How many players you got to have?
Yeah.
And coaches? I mean, it's a lot. Top of the hour. And they don't do it for free.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out again this weekend. Our interview today, we'll interview former intern Firestone, get updated on what's going on with Lance Ingram now, and how he connected himself to the show, became Dr. Lou, and also has a brand new devotional that he just finished up, United for Victory, 42 different men, 42 different days, and 42 different topics. And we'll talk to him about that journey, too. 3 years in the making. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here. Thanks for joining us.
All right, so I know we're looking now always for the latest cyber attack. The JBS meat production it says to resume after their plants had been cyber attacked. Now, did we pay them off again, or did somebody get to the bottom of it? It says
paid them in hamburger meat.
They will resume production on all the plants Thursday, be running at close to full capacity across its global operations. It says that the FBI attributed the attack to Revil, R-E-V-I-L, a Russian-speaking gang. They've made some of the largest ransomware demands on record in recent months. It doesn't really tell us in this story whether they paid them off or not. It just says that they think they're responsible and they think they're going to be back.
Well, if they are Russian, we've got to. Putin needs to handle that. That's.
Well, good news, Bubba. President Biden intends to confront Vladimir Putin over this.
Well, he needs to, and if the Russians can't get it done, we need to get our folks in there to do it. This is ridiculous.
Our top cybersecurity official is warning: get ready for more.
Oh yeah, until you do something. I mean, they're making money. Why wouldn't they keep going?
He said ransomware has continued to increase, and talking about all over the country, and especially in the state that he represents. But I'm not sure what state that is, if it says here or not. I don't know where he comes from. But anyway, he says look for more of this to happen. Says our policy needs to move to directly engage ransomware. He says we need to change the political influence of foreign governments to allow ransomware attackers to operate with impunity with their borders. Saying we got these countries, they don't like us, they harbor them, they like that this happens.
That's
they act like they don't.
The harboring.
Yeah, and so we got to get to the bottom of all of that. So it says expect more, and for some reason is this that we're going to have you're going to get up it seems like on any given day and go, well, production of fill in the blank has stopped because of some cyber attack. So there you go. Also,
Terry's been trying to tell us we need to get prepared. She's one of those.
She's a prepper.
I mean, well, we like the idea of prepping, and then we'll start prepping, and then we start drinking and eating everything we started prepping.
Yeah.
And so we're not real good at it.
So it's like a lot of things. You like the idea of prepping, but not really prepping.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you this, because of ammunition shortage, I have started every time I go by trying to see if they've got this, that, and the other, because you never know when that's going to be, taken away or attempted to.
So we've had that for a while.
I know, but what I'm saying is I'll like every time I go by an outdoor store, I'll go in and what you got.
So what when she says we need to be preparing, what does she mean by that?
Well, she claims that we need to have something we've talked about, and that is like a Rick and Bubba compound, where we can all go to and fend off everybody. She claims that we need to have something like that. So she don't think we're prepared.
Had my first encounter with our compound idea.
Yeah.
Where I was approached by a friend of mine, and he knew that he was not going to bring anything to the table.
Oh, really?
And he acknowledged that. He said, I don't think that I can make it on merit. Can you be bought?
So Garnett brought that up.
Can we buy our way into the compound?
Okay.
And I said, well, I have to see some numbers. I don't know what good that currency is going to be if we're in Thunderdome.
Right.
So
it
doesn't do a lot of good.
The value is not cash anymore at this point. It's what you bring to the table.
Yeah. And now Greg's got me all concerned about the power grid. He's every time this comes up, he talks about
keep
power.
an eye on it, Greg.
That's right.
Infrastructure.
Shut her down.
That is the brass ring, by the way, because they shut everything down when they do that.
Will that affect my generator situation?
Until you run out of gas.
So if they get the power and the gas at the same time, I'm in trouble.
Is yours come? You got a tank, or are you coming from the?
I'm coming directly from.
You got natural gas? Yeah,
Yeah.
they could shut that down if they shut the grid down.
But if they don't, you'll be good.
You need your own tank out there.
Also, in your America, Bubba, we've had an entire county.
And that ain't gonna last long.
No, that's the
problem.
Yeah,
in
it's gonna
North,
get you either way.
in North Carolina, we have an entire county that it says they are banning all Coca-Cola machines.
Yeah, they're not happy about the new woke Coke.
They don't like
This
woke.
is a county in North Carolina.
Yes, yeah, they don't like Coca-Cola. But listen
So
to
they decided to-
listen to what they're saying. They said the left wing in America says they defund, they boycott, they cancel, they tear down statues, all sorts of actions. This is the county commissioner. He said the expectation from them is the opposing political slide will cower in the corner, and we're supposed to accept it, and we're supposed to be okay when something's not okay. And he said it's an all-Republican county, by the way, commissioner. There's not a commissioner on there that's not Republican.
It sounds like it.
And they voted to remove all vending machines because they're saying if the left thinks this is all we respond to, then we're going to show them that we won't just sit here and take it. You're not just going to continue to do things that we don't agree with, and there be no repercussion from those of us that disagree with the woke movement. So we disagree with it. We do not believe that we're supposed to fear repercussions from you if we won't go along with your with your latest woke idea.
Yep.
And if that's what if this product it thinks that we'll just continue to keep their machines here no matter what they do, they are sadly mistaken.
Rick, historically,
because it works both ways.
Yeah,
He's saying until these companies realize it works both ways, and that may get them to stay out of it altogether.
Well, historically, we have not been big boycott people.
It's so hard to be consistent.
We would be, maybe boycott when we saw somebody being boycotted. We would go and support them financially. But, I'm rethinking that too. I'm kind of with them. I'm kind of tired of the mob pushing us around, and I think we're going to have to get mob-like to even this out.
Yeah, because these companies, they cave because they go, look, we'll keep them quiet because other people aren't going to take the time. The people who disagree aren't going to take time to do anything about it. Right. So let's just cater to them, shut them up.
Yeah, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. I mean, the old saying, it's very true. So if you got two wheels squeaking, then you got to measure which one is more valuable to you oil wise.
Yeah, I hate to disappoint some of you movements out there that think that these companies are patronizing you. They just think they don't even believe what they're claiming to believe. They're trying to get you to leave them alone.
Yeah,
they're paying you your ransom. They have not bought into your worldview. They're just paying you your ransom that you've asked. They laugh at you and they get in and shut stuff in the conference rooms.
Yep.
And they're laughing at things and think it's just as outrageous as anybody else does. But they think right now they've made the decision. Greg, you just said it. Bubba, you just said it. They've made the decision. Cater to the woke because they're meaner, they're more vicious, and they make life miserable for you. The people who don't agree with the wokeness, they don't agree with it, but they're not going to go to the hassle the woke people will go to give us problems.
Yeah.
So they'll continue to say, "May I have another, please?" and continue to use our product because they really don't. They just this is not their mentality.
And plus, they got to go to work. They don't have time.
They got to go to work. They got things they got to do. And I'm with you. Again, the only problem with boycotting is it is impossible to be consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't. You just have to pick your battles and go with it.
Like day one, I don't know what you can do about your phones and computers.
Yeah. Well, that's we'll have to get to that one later.
Yeah, that one's I guess you could put them off on a wall, and
you can start with soft drinks and retailers. Work your way back.
Yeah. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We go phone trolling next. Anything you want to talk about. You're bringing the topics to the table. You ready? 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. Interns are ready. We talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go 21 minutes past the hour. Topics. Everybody with a topic. And it's your turn to get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Unnamed interns are ready to take your phone calls now. So come on in here. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Winfield, Alabama tonight. Ready to go. We'll be there at Winfield Baptist Church, Man Church tonight. It's free. Anyone can attend. And we'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy with the wonderful people of Winfield, Alabama tonight. And excited about that. Honored for us to be trusted to come up with a game plan to reach and disciple the men of their church and community. Disciple men, change everything. All of the information about the strategy can be found at themanchurch.com. Happy to help you as well. And then Friday night, Mark Garnett, one of our teachers and speakers and friend of the show, going out to the Second Man Church down in Opp, Alabama, Westview Baptist Church, Friday night. All right, so let's go to the phones, Bubs. Let's start with John in Huntsville. He's listening to us on 100.3 The River. Trolling.
Get them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. John, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, I've got the resolution to solve the football problem for spring pro ball. When are people most excited about football? They're most excited about football during football season. So every Friday at work, we're leaving work, and we're excited about the big game on Saturday, maybe the big game on Sunday, maybe our high school team on Friday. But not all of us are high school fans, and not all of us are going to make it to the high school game. To solve the problem, you play pro ball.
Wow. Pro ball in the fall on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
what he was going to say?
Yeah, because probably somebody who is into high school football, there's communities that's their thing, whether they have a kid still on the field or not.
Yeah. Right.
For me, if there's no one on the field, then I mean, on the rarest of occasion, I usually go to a game because it's connected to somebody, family, period, when it comes to high school.
Sometimes I just like to go see a good game.
Yeah, I normally
Sometimes.
don't. I normally
Not
don't.
every week.
Yeah,
But you're right. Yeah.
But so you're not going to get them. But I think there's a lot of people that would say, I'll take my nearest to me pro football game on Friday night. It's not a bad idea. I think it does have to be in fall. I think spring has shown that that's just dead on arrival. This notion that everybody wants football in spring, I just don't think is accurate. Apparently not. Frank in Gadsden.
Is it possible there's more people that want to start a league than will watch a league?
Yes, evidently. Yes. Yeah. Well, again, because it's almost like, somebody goes over to the dessert table, and they may have made an outstanding pie, but you get over there, and there's already 15 pies already there that people seem to just like fine. And you're like, why isn't nobody trying my pie?
Yeah,
well, we like this pie fine.
Yeah, why don't you bring like a cake?
Yeah, right. So let's
Something
go to
different.
Frank in Gadsden, Z93, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I work with old people, so I hear all kinds of good old-fashioned names. You were talking about Karen and so forth earlier, so there's too many to name, but I just want to give you a handful. For women, Wynell, Mary Sue, Ethel, Bertha, and Betty. And for guys, Chester, Earl, George, Henry, and Ricky. And my favorite last name, of course, would be...
Dang.
Yeah, he had to speed it up.
Well, we go back
Too
to
many
this again.
pauses.
I'm listening to some of those. Names. Is the name Ethel? Is it over?
Yeah. Has anybody got a new baby they name Ethel? You're right.
Anybody name a new baby Ethel?
What'd y'all have a little girl? What'd you name her? Ethel.
You might throw it in there as a middle name.
What about
as a
Gertrude?
family name.
I think Bubba's
Gertrude?
onto something. A lot of these names may be for a middle name. Francis is
Because
That's a good one.
That was my grandmother's name,
Yeah, well, that's
Francis, and so. But you don't hear many people naming their kid Francis anymore.
Evelyn.
Well,
you
see,
think
Greg, I thought it was. I hadn't heard Ellis in a long time, and so I had an uncle named Ellis, and I kind of had
Yeah.
it in that list of you're not going to hear that anymore. And then boom,
And they
there
start
it is.
making comebacks.
What'd y'all tell everybody my
classic-
middle name was? What'd y'all
Theodis.
say?
But-
People really thought that.
They did. But I will
It's
say
not.
this: like you look at Adler, and even you see what
Theodis is a beautiful
Kelsey
name, Speedy.
Kelsey and Taylor have done. Younger people are going back to classic names like Ruby, which is awesome, and
Yeah, Ruby's another one you hadn't heard of.
Marin
So-
is awesome, and Ellis. But
they
you
came back.
but you just don't see anybody going back to Ethel. It's like Ethel just didn't. It's like it's just not making its way back.
Ethel, no.
Where is it on the list we had up earlier?
I don't know, but Karen dropped 171 points.
What was number one on that, by the way? I never did see
On
the
female
top
names,
ones.
current. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I have to look it up.
Yeah, who's number one now?
Ethel.
But you don't hear Ethel coming around much anymore.
No, you don't.
Helms, you need to
Probably
name
won't.
the horse you buy from Maddie, Ethel.
Would you? That's good.
That'd be awesome.
Would you think there's a better chance for someone to name their baby boy Earl modern day versus naming their baby girl Ethel?
Ooh.
I think you'd hear Earl first.
I think you're right.
That's right there together, though.
Justin in Texas. Justin, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Getting my degree in common sense this morning. Wanted to make a comment, something that somehow you all passed over numerous times, talking about Governor Cuomo. You know, I think there's a big reason why everybody's turned on him. I mean, clearly he had his tan like he liked it. He was getting some PR like he liked it. All of a sudden, you know, Biden comes into office and it's, hey, we got to shut this guy down, or he's gonna be a contender for president. I mean,
that's a good
clearly
point.
Turning kind of ravenous on each other. I mean, it's they saw him as a threat, shut him down.
Yeah, because you can't really say that they decided that the mistreatment of women was a leftist cause that no one can break, because they've allowed many of their favorite Democrats who are male mistreat women and do nothing about it. So it can't be that. So you're right. It may be they didn't want him to overshadow Biden. I mean, that's a good point.
Could be.
I mean, because he's got his tan just like he likes it.
Yeah, he's sharp.
He's got his shirt unbuttoned, got a gold chain swinging.
Women's pet, man's regret.
That's right.
I knew that was good.
Bubba, the number one female name was Olivia.
Yeah, I saw that.
Really?
And number one male name was Liam.
Yeah.
Really?
I hear a lot of
Liam
Liams.
Newsom.
Really? I don't like a name that I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
It's like you're trying to talk with your mouth full.
Yeah.
Is that it?
like
I see Williams.
Surprised
hanging in there
Oliver's
pretty
at
good.
Williams
3.
a classic.
Oliver at 3 surprises me.
Yeah.
That
What
big
about
surprise.
Elijah?
I like the name. It just
But
surprised
again,
me
that's
to say
that
it.
reach back, but they won't reach
Yeah.
back for Earl.
Are you surprised Ava is number 3 for the girls?
Not at
Again,
all.
a classic name that still holds on.
Yeah.
You don't see Ethel there.
You don't. Not a lot of Ethel.
Sophia, that's great. Amelia,
I hate to bring this
Isabella,
up. wasn't
Charlotte. Those are all classic names.
We were talking about Adolf not making it, but wasn't Ava Adolf's girlfriend
Yeah.
and wife for the last
Ava
60
Braun,
seconds?
It's
Ava
different.
Braun, something like that.
Different. You get a pass if you're just a girl.
Well, he married.
Tyler in
Tell y'all
Birmingham,
what Benji
1047 WZZK. Tyler, go ahead. It's Eva.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
I have the resolution for the problem with the football league,
All right.
and that is the golf does the senior deal, you know, after you're retired.
Well, I got a solution. I normally carry it.
This,
You ain't gonna believe my solution.
that one, I couldn't make that one work. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. Do you remember being a kid and hearing about Ethel gasoline, and you were like, why are they calling that Ethel?
Yeah, that was the good stuff.
Do you remember that?
Ethel. That was that high test.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. And you have an opportunity to take your family and travel to the great state of Sweet Home, Alabama, and we'll foot the bill for you. AlabamaRoadTrips.com says, how about a good old-fashioned road trip? If you're an adventurous family, let us cover it for you. And you can go to the world-famous U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama for family camp. We'll give you $1,500 to spend. We'll take care of your lodging. We'll take care of your meals. We'll take care of what it costs to go to family camp. And you can register your family right now at AlabamaRoadTrips.com. We'll draw this on July the 9th. So adults and kids 7 and up can launch into a mission to space or an aerial combat scenario. You'll get those authentic training simulators, and you get your flight suits, and you get it just like you like it. So we'll announce that winner coming up in July, as I mentioned. So go enter to win this out-of-this-world family road trip today from AlabamaRoadTrips.com. That's AlabamaRoadTrips.com. We'll link it as well for you right there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so some other stories that we've been working on here that we can work through. Saw where Danny Ainge has retired from the Celtics, and are we really having a serious conversation about a female NBA coach?
Well, then Brad Stevens, who's their current coach, is going to go into the GM role, and then they're going to hire a new coach, and they're saying that this female may be the top candidate for that. And I'm not familiar with her. I don't know, but she's been in the organization.
I don't know anything about her because I don't follow female basketball. But is Max Kellerman heard about this yet?
I know. Watch out.
I'm looking to see if Mac is. They're doing the story right now, and
Speedy is up on everything female basketball, so he would be the one. He'd be the one to dig into this. But I think she's the current coach at Duke.
She is. She is.
I see what I mean. You knew that.
Well, I read the story.
Here it also says here the Celtics were tired of their uniforms being so wrinkled.
Greg got the you. So here he goes.
Greg at rickandbubba.com.
He goes.
They need somebody who can handle that.
Greg. Oh my gosh. I wish I was not here.
Okay.
Trap door.
So she played 13 years.
Well, that's what Speedy said. Anyway.
In the WNBA. And she also was on the Celtics staff in 19 and 20, and then she went over to Duke as the women's coach. And a former Celtics player was being interviewed, and he said he feels like she is at top of the list, and
he doesn't.
And so we'll see how that plays out. So that's made the headlines today.
Well, they said the first time they interviewed her, they asked her how she felt about it. She said, "Well, you should know."
See, now you're in on it. That's Rick and Rick and Bubba.
In the last game, she got lost going to the stadium. Too.
Now that's Helmsy at Rick.
Well, actually, no, it says here the Celtics have offered, and she can't make up her mind where she wants her.
That's Rick again.
That's Greg that time.
Greg,
Here, I'm gonna save y'all. Did you see this latest hate crime attack in the subway in New York, where this guy went up and just punched this Asian lady? Knocked her out.
What?
Did you see this?
Oh, a couple of days ago?
Yeah, and he's been identified.
Is it Asian hate?
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. He's a New York homeless man who had been arrested 41 times.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe the fact that he's been problematic.
He's been in jail, so I don't know if you can call him homeless. He actually has somewhere to sleep.
That's a great point.
Well, the judge said he may have somewhere to stay for a year or two.
I think he may rather be arrested and be put in that situation. That may be why he did it. He thought, well, I don't want to kill anybody. This will get me in prison.
I mean, what? Just absolutely.
My gosh.
He said,
definitely probably got some mental issues there.
So he's telling everybody to stand down around him, like don't come help her.
Knocked her out.
He's telling everybody to stay back.
You got to admit, her falling and have something to lean up against if you're going to get. I mean, that's kind of convenient. I mean, I'm talking if you're passing out, it's really kept her from hitting the ground.
Right.
But
Yeah,
boy,
could've been
wow,
worse.
what a crazy guy.
Now, he's been out a couple of weeks. His latest arrest was he threw something on some police officers and scratched some guy's eye in a restaurant or something. So he's known for his violent behavior.
He may want,
So
what
he
is it,
needs
3
to-
hots and a cot?
Yeah, he needs to be put away so he can't play with the other kids.
Yep. Well, I mean, if you were homeless on the streets of some city versus being in jail, I got to tell you, I know there's some things. If I can get in the right jail, I'd like to know a lot about the Stony Lonesome.
Yeah.
But if I can get in one where I'm pretty much,
Well,
not,
you don't
not,
get
not,
to- you don't
not
get
in
to-
with the baddest of the bad.
You don't get to pick your surroundings, Rick. That's
Yeah,
kind of
no.
the key to the
That's-
whole jail
Well, Bubba,
plan.
stand by. Hey, stand by.
Yeah.
That's it. Biden is now announcing new incentives for people to get the vaccine, including free beer.
Yeah, well,
What?
that'll help.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that he wants
should've held out.
a goal of at least one COVID vaccination shot in the arms of 70% of the nation, of the adults by July the 4th. And he's
offering a beer if you do that. Is that what you're saying?
He says.
Tell you what, lower my taxes, Joe. I may step up. to the plate.
There you go.
They're saying right now we're at 52% and then 75% of all seniors. He said, and this is what he's saying again, they're fully vaccinated and they're safely shredding their mask. But what he's not saying is, what about those of us that are free range organic?
Yeah, what about free range organic antibodies? The best kind, the homegrown ones.
Yeah, and he talks about
Not so fast, my friend.
He gets on those that do not have it yet, and makes everybody feel bad about that. He says,
Got hairy legs.
Yes, and he said, all right, now they're going back saying 63% have had at least one shot.
Boom.
So they're saying that they're going to include pharmacies that are open 24 hours a day. 24 hours every Friday night, so I guess one day. And he's saying things like there's free beer and all kinds of stuff that they're considering.
Have y'all seen the commercial with Coach Saban telling you to get your vaccine?
Well, that feels heartfelt, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's really into it. Isn't he? Yeah.
They grabbed him coming off the practice field.
Yeah. No, it looked like they cut it at Regions.
He had his son.
Yeah, he was just like, I thought, boy, Saban's he's got some conviction.
I thought it was some passion.
Hey,
there.
what do you want me to say?
Yeah, I almost feel like he cares about this as much as winning another championship.
He's almost as excited as Kiffin was at the Owls.
Yeah. It's the same exact thing.
Come out and support the Owls.
The only different in Kiffin's recruitment video when he was at the Owls and Saban's vaccine deal is that it looked like Kiffin had woke up on the couch.
He put on a shirt that didn't fit him. It was too big.
Can we do it here? Can we? It's okay. All right, I'll start it back at the beginning. All right, hang on. I want to hear this.
College football fans and players both want full stadiums this fall. Let's make sure we can safely make this happen by getting vaccinated. Please get your COVID-19 vaccine. We want Bryant-Denny Stadium loud again this coming season. Roll Tide.
Man, roll.
I got all kidding aside. There's people that sprinted to get one after that. Because he told them to.
Well, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you, because you know what they think? They think somehow Saban's DNA's in it. But listen,
he's endorsing it.
Yeah. Listen to me though. In the state of Alabama, and because we can talk about fantasy world, we can talk about the real world. It doesn't make a rip where the vaccine sets this fall. Bryant-Denny will be full.
It's going to be
of course.
The vaccine has no impact on whether
they announced it like 4 months ago they were going to be full.
Listen, whether Bryant-Denny being packed has nothing to do with vaccines.
Yeah.
It will be packed no matter what.
Yeah.
And you can count on that.
Yep.
Bubba, I'm with you. I don't understand this no 4th of July fireworks on Mount Rushmore. What is this thing about Mount Rushmore?
Somebody's going to have to help us out on that one. I'm not following that. Why I know the governor there in South Dakota filed a lawsuit to make it happen, but a federal judge has blocked it.
All the Badlands.
Yeah, he says
Badlands in the news again.
He said while fireworks on July 3rd seem like a good idea, the court has not called upon to determine whether such firework display is a good idea. And it says that he said the state did not meet the requirements for him to rule yet. For the people who want the and I don't understand what he's actually saying in the ruling. It doesn't.
And see, it says that President Joe Biden's administration canceled the fireworks celebration at Mount Rushmore, and then the governor was suing to get it back.
What is it about Mount Rushmore you can't shoot fireworks?
What is
the reason?
Well, the governor's lawsuit alleges that the National Park Service is denying the 4th of July fireworks on Mount Rushmore, kind of like the churches, was arbitrary. And just kind of seemed
capricious.
It just seemed like they were just kind of making it up. It didn't have any rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah. What is the? What are they trying to avoid by doing that?
And you know what? They don't really explain. The judge just says, "Well, look, the lawsuit has not done what needs to be done for me to rule in your favor or to get you a ruling. That you haven't done what I need you to do for me to rule."
Yeah.
And see, we actually had fireworks last year at Mount Rushmore, when you think it would have been a COVID issue.
It says
but they
here
had them last year.
On down. It says here until the presidents get masks on, they can't have.
That's a good one.
That's good. That's real good.
Fireworks and the Badlands don't mix.
Yep, that's
Everybody knows that.
Greg, we love fireworks
I
up on
know.
Mount Rushmore.
Sure we did.
I thought it's some kind of deep-seated hate for the founding fathers.
It's got it may be.
And you know,
George Washington's up there.
It
and,
may
and,
be
you know, the
okay,
former president.
Here it says that the potential risks to the park are still being evaluated from 2020, and that the tribal partners opposed fireworks at Mount Rushmore were reasons, along with COVID-19, for rejecting the state's request.
Oh, the Fighting Sioux don't like it.
Greg, that's good.
So how close is that to reservation property?
I don't know.
Or is it on it? Who knows?
Also, an update.
Also could kill too many jackrabbits.
I think we all saw this coming. We remember when Hillsong removed Carl Lentz for what they called breaches of trust and moral failures. No shocker here. Here comes the first lawsuit now. We have a woman saying that she was sexually abused by the former pastor.
She was their nanny.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Any pastor that worried about his abs, you better look out for.
Greg, when people said, "Hey, how about that Carl?" How about that Carl?
You know,
I know Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan had a lot to say about that.
Yeah, you heard what he calls it.
Look, Ravi Zacharias, as we said, was a surprise. Carl Lentz. No. Did that surprise anybody?
No.
I mean,
that's a great comparison.
I mean, it's you go Ravi Zacharias.
Wow,
If somebody goes Carl Lentz, that seems about right.
He was hanging out with Bieber.
I guess unlike the people at Hillsong, his behavior gave me discomfort and concern just by the way he carried himself, dressed, and acted. So there you go. And there's a lot going on with Hillsong and saying they've got to do some. We got to look at some things. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Bubba, can I put this under a global warming update almost? It's definitely indirectly because it's the green movement trying to take over everything and all things and move us to a more green utopia, doing away with evil fossil fuels and all these things that they've demonized. Now, a plan that the left has been pretty good at. They seem to be working again on the green movement. Here we go.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Rick, what if I told you, or I asked the question, which board of directors do you think has one of the highest concentration of left-wing green activists on it?
Apple.
Would you believe ExxonMobil?
No, I would not.
The green
Wait a minute.
activists have now won their third seat on Exxon's 12-member board.
I see what they're doing.
And will now try to force the oil giant to reduce emissions and overhaul their pay structure. Hedge fund engine number one. Now, this is something you can go and invest in on the stock market. They have bought in enough to secure a third seat on the fossil fuel giant's board of directors. His name, Alexander Karshner. He is a senior Google strategist.
There you go.
He joins two other green activists on the board of directors already. And their chief among the engine number one's goals is a greater investment in clean energy.
Mm-hmm.
The success was part in rise to investor concerns on environmental, social, and governance issues, and the fact that they're buying giant blocks of stock.
Yep.
So they're basically buying their way on to these companies' board of directors so they can change them. So look, I'll say this. The left is very creative when they start worshiping their religion of the earth and other things. I think the conservatives need to take a lesson from this and get on it. We need to adopt boycotts, and we need to start funds that we can invest in that will take over some of their prize pearls and change the way they're moving.
Yeah, it's like the guy that was tiring and couldn't keep going, and he found himself in the middle of the English Channel, and he came down to the conclusion, if I swim that way, I'm going to drown. If I swim that way, I'm going to drown.
Yep.
So you don't want to be in that situation. So, but we're not putting these people in that situation. Right now, we're letting the left play this game while the right doesn't do a very good job at playing it.
So when you think about it, what do you think in the world that a guy who is a Google strategist who runs a hedge fund can have any knowledge about working on a international and the largest international energy company, ExxonMobil? See, you see what's going on here.
Do you think
they're hijacking it?
Do you think
legally?
Is ExxonMobil, though, are they looking at it going, maybe we can win them over to our way and they become protectors of ours? Even though
it's basically like a hostile takeover.
Yeah.
You know, if you get enough, if you own enough stock, you get to dictate terms on voting in board of directors people. I don't know exactly how their rules work, but that's part of what you're seeing.
Yeah. And you know, I've already seen in some
Hedge engine number one, they call it. And it was designed primarily for this kind of function, to go in and buy in and get seats and control large corporations.
Well, I mean, it's a good strategy. It really is.
It is. We need to be doing it too, and we're not. We're a little passive on it, just like we let education fall to the left.
I think it goes back to what Greg said a minute ago. Is it the right just has too much going on? I mean, it's like it's. I mean, like I like. Let's say I wanted to go out there and start some big movement. I don't know when I would do it. When would I have time for it?
Well, I will say this. I think liberals have more of an activist mentality about them.
Bleeding heart.
Well, they want to get organized and do something, make something happen, where I think most conservatives like to go about their business, whatever they do, their family, whatever. And they thought, I think incorrectly, that when they got a fair voice back in the media, when the fairness doctrine went away, that they would be able to persuade people from that. But the left was working on owning the education system, and that may have been a better investment.
Yeah.
I think our interests are much different too. Like, for instance, if I made the decision today, you got two options: go to the lake and fish, or go do a protest. There's a lot of people out there that would choose protest. Now, I wouldn't come close to that. That would be about 100th on my list. Wrong, right, or indifferent.
Right.
And so I think the left, when you look at everything they stand for, and we look at, we're believers of capitalism, which means that we enjoy things and we buy things and we go do things and we have hobbies. I don't think they have a whole lot of hobbies. I think their interests are different. Their hobbies are protesting or trying to make a difference.
Yeah. I just pulled up Engine One's website, and it says, "We are Engine One, an investment firm whose purpose is built to create long-term value by harnessing the power of capitalism. We believe a company's performance is greatly enhanced by the investments it makes in workers, communities, and the environment." You got to really read between the lines here. We believe that over time the interest of Main Street and Wall Street align, and we can engage as activist owners, to create value by focusing on this alignment. Won't you join us?
Well, I do agree with what they're saying. I mean, because what they're really saying, and they won't like that we have said what they're saying, is that capitalism does work, and it is very powerful. You remember when we have Jeff Erickson on? He said, if you want to help third world countries, teach them capitalism.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What does the Chinese government do to keep that from going under? The government dabbles in capitalism. Now, they don't let the people do that, but that's how they stay alive.
Yeah.
So capitalism does work, and they're right on that, and they're trying to say, let's use the power of capitalism, but to actually create the world we want.
I agree with 90% of this, except the fact that their interest in activists is going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you